Now guys, let me go and discuss about what is a Angular. Okay, before using the Angular, you must have to know that what is a web application. Then only we can able to know what is the importance of a Angular application. Okay, let me go and draw something for you. Then only we will able to understand the use of our Angular application. Okay, let me draw something. You can see that I have opened my paint, and in this paint I want to draw something and you have to understand the basic functionality of a web. Because when we are developing an application, that application is going to run on the browser. Because suppose you are accessing Facebook, you are accessing Instagram, you are accessing Google, Twitter, everything you are accessing via the browser, right? Now browser is our main entry point for the application. That will go later. What is the use of browser, how browser execute, lot of things we want to discuss. But just let us understand a basic web application fundamental. If you know the basic web application fundamental, then only you will know that the importance of a UI, importance of a API, and importance of a database. We learn lot of things. Now let's go understand case one. Get on one scenario. Suppose we are developing one application and that application is going to run on the browser. Let's understand how the application should looks like. Okay. Now understand. In the real world, means suppose you are developing any application. Let me develop any application. It may mobile application, it may browser application, it may be TV application. TV means suppose you are running an application that should be run on your Android TV or any TV. If you see all the application in this world, the application basically contain three layers. Three layers means three different components should contain. Using that component, we are going to develop any application. First, let's go understand that layer, then we'll come back to our UI part. Okay, now let's go and understand the basic part. Now, if you want to develop any application, all the application must contain these three component. Okay, let me draw the component. This is component 1, and this is the component 2, and this is the component 3. And I'll go and explain one by one component in depth. Then only you will understand the importance of all the layer. Okay, suppose you all are users, right? Suppose you all are users and you are using the Instagram application or Facebook application. Now you know that you accessing this Facebook or Instagram or YouTube, you have different medium, right? What are these medium? You can access, suppose you are accessing facebook.com site. Okay, you are accessing Facebook. Just a second. You have multiple different platform to access, right? One is mobile. You can access by mobile, right? You can also access by your browser. Okay, you can access by your tablet, or nowadays also Facebook giving you can access by your TV, because Facebook Watch is the application. Using that application, you can access the Facebook on your TV screen also, right? Now you can see that accessing the Facebook site, you have different medium, right? It may be mobile, it may be your browser, it may be your tablet, it may be TV. Same way, if you see the different applications, suppose let me example another application, Instagram also. You can able to access the Instagram using mobile, browser, and tablet. What I'm saying, why we are talking all these things? The reason is, suppose if you're going to access any application, you require a interface, right? It may be mobile interface, it may be your browser interface, it may be your tablet interface, or it may be TV interface. Anything you want to access, all the things you can access using different interface. And thing is, this interface, guys, interface means it's a screen. It will be a mobile screen, browser screen, tablet screen, any screen. This interface is known as screen. That is the entry point of our application. Means without mobile, suppose Facebook develop an application and you people don't have know how to access that one. You don't have any mobile screen, you don't have any browser. How are you going to access that? Right? Then the screen or the interface is the first entry point of your application. Means to access any application in this world, you require a interface. That interface may be anything, in any platform, in any different component, different like system. But you require interface. Guys, that interface is called user interface or user or called UI. Got it? First understand the concept of UI. Then only we will understand the other part. Understand? Guys, interface means always remember interface is on known as screen. Known as screen also. Technical term, this is a normal term, screen. It may be a mobile screen, browser screen, tablet screen, TV screen. Because why it's called user interface? User screen because we are the user who are using the application, right? That's the reason this is called the user interface or UI. Got it? Now, this is the first entry point for the application. This is the first one. Okay? This is the first one. We must have to know that for entering any application in this world, first we require the first point that is called the interface. That is called the screen. Just understand screen. Now you are able to see my screen. My screen is this paint. Paint is a screen. Anything able to interact, anything you able to see or behave, that is called the user interface. Got it? Now, this part is the first entry point of the application. Now, UI is the first entry point. Now, let's go to second component. I hope you people to understand the importance of the UI. UI is the screen where we are going to access the application, right? Now, let's go to the next part. Next one is the red one. I am calling as this is a server, or we can call as server, or people are calling as API. Now let's go understand what is this use of server and API. Now let's go back to the interface and understand what a interface can do. Okay, then what a server can do. Let's understand. Guys, just example of Facebook. Okay, and suppose you are upload your birthday pic or you upload any update. Now whoever are using the Facebook and who are your friend, they can able to see your photos, right? Now just understand another scenario. Like suppose you are using the Facebook application on your mobile. Now suppose you upload an application, upload a photo and upload anything. And same data is going to display to different user. Example, suppose this is your photo. Okay, this is your photo, and after you upload, this same photo can be accessed by multiple user, right? Multiple user means that can be displayed by different user or different friends of you. Now just imagine how this data from your mobile application, this photo, can be accessed in different on the photo. This photo can be uploaded in different system or different friends. How your friends able to see the same photo from your mobile in that device. Let's go and understand this part. Because when you upload any photo in your screen or your mobile, now that is belongs to you. Now how this photo can be seen by different user? Now guys, in that case we require a centralized data, or you require something that should be get your data and display to different user. Now, that is the use of a server. Because the photo whatever you have uploaded, that photo is belongs to your mobile, but that data if you are going to distribute to different user and give the data to different person, then you require a server. Because UI only get the data and set the data, means display the data and send the request. Then server is the person, server is a component which is used to distribute the data. Now for data distribution, data part, we are going to use the server. But in this our today's session, we are not going to focus on the server and other component. Our main component is our UI part. But as a developer, you must have to know that these three components. Now let's go to the server one. What I'm saying, that UI is not going to store the data. UI part is only display the data and send the data. Okay, to where to display the data to different user, we require a server or we require a API. Just example, Giving another example, suppose now you have the username password for the Facebook, right? And same time you are using the username password in different device. Suppose you have a mobile, you have a browser. Suppose same username password, if you are going to use mobile or browser, you can able to log in. Means that username and password is stored somewhere. Using that store, if you entering from mobile or browser, you can able to access. Means that accessibility, all this thing is happening on the server side, is API side. Means API side is going to communication between the UI and the API. Right? Now we'll back here again. Let's go to the third component, is called database. Because as I told, API work is only for receive the data and send the data. But the data storage capacity is going to be need in the database. Okay. And this database may be anything, because database is used to store the data. And as of now in the market, we have two type of database, right? One is SQL, right? Another one is NoSQL, right? And SQL, you know that in your academic, you know that this is called the RDMS, Relational Database Management System. It may be suppose Oracle, and suppose Microsoft SQL and Postgres, MySQL, etc. This is called the SQL, or this is called the RDMS, Relational Database Management System. But nowadays you can see that there is another database is in the market, is called the NoSQL, which doesn't contain any relationship between the data. That is, the example is MongoDB. Okay. And another, suppose Cassandra, Cosmos DB, lot of things. You can see a n number of database is available in the market for the different database. We are not going to focus on all these things, but you have to know that as a developer, you have to know that database, there is two type of database. One is SQL, another is NoSQL. SQL, RDMS, NoSQL, like this is all about our non key value pair database. Okay. Now, as I told, database is used to store the data. API is used to communication between your UI to database. Means when you want to store some data, you cannot store the data direct from UI to database. You require a interface, you require a medium which is going to store your UI data to the database via the API. Means UI is going to send the data to the server, server is going to send data to database. Again, database is going to respond the data to the API, and API is going to send data to the UI. This is, guys, called the basic web application principle, right? And sending up a data from UI to API, this is called as a request. Okay, it's called request. And getting the data from server to UI is called response. Okay, this is a basic principle. Don't think about all these things. We are going to focus on the UI part, but as a developer, you must have to know this part. Okay. Now let's go to a little bit more ahead. Now, as I told, to develop any application in this world, we require this basic three component. Okay. What are the component? The first component is UI. Second component is server or API, and third component is our database. Okay. These are the three is mostly required to develop any application. Okay. Now, this developing this application, so server side application, you can use either Java Spring Boot. Okay, you can use Java Spring Boot, or you can use the .NET Core. You can use the PHP. You can use the suppose Node.js. There are n different like framework available to develop the API side application. Okay, and there are different databases available to develop this database application. Now let's understand what are the things you must have to know to develop any application. Let me tell you. To develop any application, guys, application means it's not only UI. You have to consider all these three things. Okay, these three things or these three component in technically we call as a stack. Stack. What is stack? Now this is called the UI stack. This is called the API stack. This is called the database stack. Suppose you are a developer. If you know UI, if you know this API, if you know the database, then you are called as a full stack developer. Okay. Means you have to know UI, then API, then database. Understand this part. This is if you are, because nowadays in every market people have to know that you are a full stack, because full stack developer now much more demand in the market, because as a developer you have to develop the UI part, you have to develop the API part, you have to develop the database part. And suppose you are a developer, you only know the this UI part, then it is called the UI developer. Your developer is going to only focus on this UI. Same as, suppose if you know only the API part, then it's called a backend developer, backend or API developer. Okay. Same way, if you only focus on the database, it's called the database developer. Okay, it's called a database developer. But if you know all these three things, all these three stacks, is called the full stack developer. Okay. Now, guys, as you know, you already people know that in the market, as more demand of full stack developer, you must have to know UI, API, and database. But it doesn't matter that if you know only one stack, you are not getting job, because nowadays some company, lot of company are using focusing on one stack. If a database developer, you can only going to work on database. If you know the Java, or if you know .NET Core, any backend language, then you're going to as an API developer or backend language. If you know Angular, React, or Vue, you are going to be as a UI developer. But I'm suggesting as a like in future, you must have a full stack developer. Now let's go and understand, if a full stack developer, what are the different components also available there? What language going to prefer? Now, guys, suppose you know HTML, CSS, and you know Java, and you know database, anything. This is also a full stack developer. But nowadays in market, full stack developer also dividing into multiple parts. Let me understand what is multiple part. Now, let me expand this one. Now, full stack developer, as I told, if you know UI, API, database, is called as a full stack. But again, this full stack also divided into multiple parts. What are the multiple parts? Is called min stack developer. Okay, this is called min stack developer, min stack. Another call as the mon stack. Okay, mon stack. Now understand what is this mean, what is this mon. I hope you people already learn all these things, right? You like heard this name, what is mean and what is mon. Okay, now mon means it's called MongoDB, Mongo, Angular. Okay, Mongo, M stands for Mongo, E stands for Express, and A stands for Angular, N stands for Node. Same way, guys. Let's understand the mon stack is sent as Mongo, as called Express. Instead of Angular, you are going to use React, and you are going to use Node. Now understand what I'm saying, mean and mon. What is the mean and mon? Guys, you can see that this is also the same as the full stack developer. The only difference is, in full stack developer means if you know these three different stack, if you know UI, API, and database, this is called full stack developer. Here, no language constraint. Means if you know Java, you are also full stack. If you know .NET also, you are full stack. If you know Node.js also, you are full stack. Same as if you know SQL, NoSQL also, you are a full stack developer. In the UI, if you know the Angular, React, or Vue, you are also a full stack developer. Means as a developer, you must have to know these three different layer. But same time, another full stack developer also, they are saying you have to use the JavaScript family. Understand what is JavaScript family they are saying? Means, just example. Suppose in UI you are using Angular. Now you are using in JavaScript. In the backend you are using Java or .NET. In Java you have to learn Java, and for .NET you have to learn C Sharp. In the backend you have to use SQL. Suppose you are using Oracle. I can see that for different structure, you are using different language. But what here I am saying, to use the min stack or mon stack, in this case, you are going to only focus the JavaScript. Means JavaScript is the language. Using this language, you are going to develop the entire application. Means Mongo is stands for MongoDB application. MongoDB is same as your JSON. This is the, we are going to discuss later. What is a MongoDB? Means the database we are going to use as a MongoDB. Express Express is the Node.js framework. Using that, we are going to develop the API. Angular, we are going to use developing the UI. Node.js is the framework. Top of that, we are going to build all these things. All this MongoDB, Express, Angular, Node, or Mongo, Express, this React and Node, all are going to code using the JavaScript. Means if you learn JavaScript, then you can able to develop all these three-layer application using the JavaScript only. It's no need to learn no need to learn C sharp, no need to learn Java, no need to learn PHP, nothing to learn. If you learn only JavaScript, then you can do the all the three layers application, right? Means JavaScript is the only language if you're going to learn. That language is can be done by different layer. Just imagine your college days. In college days, you are going to learn Java or C++ or .NET for the backend language. Again, you will comes to the UI. You're going to learn the HTML, CSS, or you're going to learn jQuery, lot of things. Database, you're going to learn SQL or this Oracle, right? Instead of learning different language for the developing the application, if you learn only language called JavaScript, then using the JavaScript, you can develop all these three layer of application. Now guys, in the market, the boom is full stack, but in full stack also companies are looking into these two part, min stack or mon stack. Guys, there is no difference between Angular and React. Both are doing the same work. That we're going to discuss in the next time. I'm going to discuss about what a difference between Angular and React. That is different part. But you have to understand, as a full stack developer, you have to focus which technology you are going to use. Full stack is all about different layer, UI, API, and database. Inside the full stack, there is a technology also you have to use. That technology is Mongo, Express, Angular, and Node. Okay, and all this developing these things, you require a JavaScript. If you learn JavaScript, then you can develop any stack application. It can be UI, API, or database. Okay, now in today's session, we are going to focusing only on the UI part. Then UI, we're going to discuss what is a UI, how to use the UI, the importance of a UI, and why we are going to use the Angular. Got it? Okay, because we did not start as of now all these things, this API part, database part, we are not going to focus. We are going to focus on the UI part. Developing the UI, as I told, you are going to use Angular. Now let's go and understand the how this why this Angular is required. Before Angular, all this React or Vue, what are the different things are there, and we'll see what is the benefits of using this Angular and React. Okay, now got it. Now let's go to the next picture. We'll discuss about the UI layer and importance of this Angular and other components. Okay, now guys, let's understand the part that is I'm calling as UI. You know, UI is called as user interface. Okay, and user interface, user screen. Let me open a website. Okay, let me open a website. Now you will understand how your website looks like. Okay, let me open. You know, opening any website, you require a browser, because browser is the screen. Using that browser, you can able to access any website, right? And any browser contain a URL like the address bar, where you can go and enter any of the URL, and that URL is going to give you data. Just example, I'm opening Flipkart. As example, I'm opening Flipkart. Just imagine, have you ever imagined how these things looks like? I know that some people know that this is a Flipkart site, this is the e-commerce site, and develop the e-commerce site, you require such a technology. But let's go and understand the different component of a website. You can see that when I'm opening a website, but my first requirement is I require a browser, right? Without a browser, how can go access the Flipkart? I'm not talking about the mobile screen. Now, as of now, just ignore the mobile and other device. Just focus on this browser. Okay, guys, in this browser, when I'm opening this site, okay, so my first requirement is I need a browser. Means browser is my entry point for this application. To opening any of the website, you are opening any of the website application, then you first requirement is you require a browser, right? Now the question is which browser? Because nowadays we have n number of browsers available. We have Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Opera, lot of browser. You can take any browser. That doesn't matter. It's belong to any browser. You can take any browser. Okay. Now, then browser means browser is going to display the data, right? Browser is going to display the data means we have to understand the working principle of a browser. Then only we can develop the application, and that application is going to see the data. Means suppose you are developing an application and that application is not supported by your browser, then what will you do, right? The first thing is you have to first understand a browser. Guys, understanding a browser, we are not going to understand the code. We have to understand what browser able to understand. Just example. Suppose all of you are now here. If I'm going to talk to you in English, if you able to understand. Suppose if I'm going to understand, if I'm going to speak in different language, in Chinese or Japanese or any different language, you may or may not able to understand. Means as a person, if you know English, then you can able to understand the English language. Suppose you know Telugu or Hindi, you can able to understand that language. The same way, when we are opening a browser, then browser contain its own language, right? And using that language only, we can communicate using the browser. Now let's understand the question: what is a browser language? Now it is a new thing we are learning, right? You know that programming language. Now what is a browser language? Because browser only able to understand that specified language whatever the browser knows. If your browser don't know that language, whatever going to write the code, browser not going to able to understand, right? The same way, guys, to develop any application, okay, to develop any application using the browser, we must have to know the three things that is called HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Now let's go and understand one different language description and use of this language. Now guys, what I told, to develop any application in the browser, we require below these three languages. One is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Because if you know that, suppose you know Java, you know .NET, you know any language, doesn't matter. Browser only understand this HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. If you know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, then only you can develop this application, any web application. Means you can see I have opened Flipkart site here, but this Flipkart site is displaying a data using only these three different language. Means browser only able to understand these three programming language. It doesn't able to understand what is Angular, what is React, what is Vue, what is TypeScript. Nothing able to understand by browser. Browser only understand these three language. Now let's go understand one by one language use and what is the use of this language and how we can going to implement that language using our application. Okay, now guys, all of you, I know that you know HTML, right? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, which is a special tag is used to design the site. Okay, what is the use of HTML? I am saying that HTML is for the design. Okay? Design the web page. Now understand what is the meaning of a design. I know that you already people know that designing the website from because we are all are from the already using that one. But let me understand that programming like point. What is the HTML used for? I just look into this part website. You can see that in this side you can see lot of images, and these are the images, and this is a text box. this is a button, this is a, like, you can call as a logo also. You can see it's a link, right? This is a link, and you can see a lot of images here. Now things is how we can display all these things. Means how to display image, how to display a text box, how to display a button, how to display a link, how can display looks like that, how to display all this like all this data inside a website. That is only the help of our HTML. Guys, HTML is used to design the web page. Okay, means to adding a image, adding a text box, adding a button, or adding a link into your web page or web application, you require the HTML. Means HTML is used for to design the site. Or you all know that HTML tag is, suppose you want to add a paragraph, then you are going to use the paragraph tag, right? And whatever you're going to add inside this is called the content. I hope you people know that when adding this is the markup language, right? The tag start, tag end, and the content, right? And as I told, HTML is used for design the page. Now let's go for the CSS. What is the use of CSS? Because if you know all these things, then only you will able to understand the importance of a UI, then how the UI going to using the Angular. Okay. Now let's go for the CSS. Now guys, as I told, HTML is only used for design the page. Means adding a button, adding a color, adding a text box, adding a images, lot of things is going to happen using the HTML. But can I look into the site? Inside you can see that suppose this deal of the day, you can see that in deal of the day, the text is little bit more, right? This is the big size text. Same as you can see that the timer is here, right? The timer is gray color and little bit small font. Same as if you see there, you can see here the color is here blue, background color is blue. All this coloring and styling you can only achieve using the CSS. And you know the CSS full form is cascading style sheet. HTML is used to design the web page, whereas CSS is used to style the web page. What is the styling, guys? Style are the color, okay, color, and for font size, lot of things we can do using the CSS. Okay, these two, HTML and CSS, is purely for designing. Okay, how I am using this paint, how I am using this paint, I am drawing and doing all this paint screen. Same as guys, using the HTML and CSS, you can paint the content, you can display the content, you can style the content, right? Means HTML CSS is totally for the designing the page, right? But let's go for the JavaScript. I hope people are able to understand the importance of HTML CSS, because this is the entry point. If you don't design, what are you going to show that? And HTML and CSS is a basic requirement for designing the web page. Now let's go for JavaScript. What is the use of JavaScript? Now you'll ask me a question. Okay, using the HTML CSS, I am developing the application. What is the use of JavaScript? Let me show you some example. If you go to Flipkart site, you know that we have a login button here, right? If you click on the login, you can see that we are displaying some modal or pop-up is displaying. And it's asking here text box to login is asking enter your mobile number, email mobile number, or enter your password. Once I click on the login, you can see that it's throwing me an error. Okay, it's throwing me an error. Now guys, how we can do this part? Okay, designing everything we are using CSS and HTML. That is fine. After the designing, when you click on the button, then what will happen? If I don't enter any data here, it's going to show me an error. Please enter valid email ID and mobile number. Now let's go and understand how this thing is working. Okay, guys, this thing is working because we have JavaScript. JavaScript is the programming language for a browser. Okay, means to do any kind of programming, if you do any kind of a like logical check inside an application, then you can use the JavaScript. What is logical check here? Means if I click on the login, means I'm doing some login function, calling the login function, and login function going to check that this text box is value is blank or not. If blank, then show the message. Just imagine that way. Suppose you are writing a function inside a C or C++ or any language, whatever you know, and in that language, if you want to check the value is exist or not, what you going to type? You are going to type this way, right? If the value uh, equal to null or equal to blank, what I'll do? Simple, right? Then here you're writing your code. Guys, this logic, this kind of programming, you cannot do using the HTML CSS, because HTML and CSS is only for designing. To adding some dynamic features for this HTML and CSS, you have to use the JavaScript language, right? Then JavaScript language is used to do some dynamic operation or some adding some validation to the programming. This kind of code, this kind of logic, you can able to handle using the JavaScript and CSS. Sorry, using the JavaScript. Sorry, the JavaScript. JavaScript is the programming language for the browser. Now you will able to understand the use of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. HTML, let me repeat, HTML, CSS is only for designing. No logic, no dynamic content, nothing. But to manipulate the HTML and CSS, we can use the JavaScript. Now JavaScript is the actual the logical programming for the browser. Got it? Now you will ask me question. Okay, I know, suppose as a person, all of you know HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Okay, I know HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Then why I need to learn Angular? Okay, now the question is there. If as a person, if you know HTML, CSS, JavaScript, then why I need to learn Angular? Why I need to learn different UI, different stuff? Now, guys, let's understand the importance of a application. Suppose let me go and navigate to this application. You can see that, guys. If I click on this, suppose mobile, suppose let me click on the mobile. Okay, now you can see that. And if I going to click on the electronics, I click on the any mobile. Okay, let me click on Samsung mobile. Guys, just look into this site. How you can see that my header is there, my menu is also there. I'm able to see the content, right? Same way, if I go and click on MI, you can see that I can able to see the content right hand side, some filterage left hand side. Look into this part. Okay, simple, look into this part. And if I click on any of the filter, now it's going to filter the data. This is pretty much about the any e-commerce site, right? Now guys, you can see that in this application, if I close this one, okay, now you can see that my header and this one is remain there, right? And if I go to click on here, my header also remain there. If I click on mobile, my header also remain there. Means every time if I going from one page to another page, you can see that my application is not reloading. I will be there only, right? Let me go and give an example of, suppose, our Synutech site. This is a Synutech site. Now suppose I'm going to click on about. If I click on about, you can see that my entire page is reloading. You can see that a small flash is coming, and then only I can able to see the content. Like when I click on home, you can see that again entire page got blank, then it's loading the data. Now you will see that these two sites are doing their work. Means this Synutech site is going to display the content. Here also it's displaying the content. Forget about like different use of this one, because Flipkart is e-commerce site and this is just a site. But as a developer, we have to first understand what is the basic difference between these two. As a implementation, it may be e-commerce, it may be normal site, but understand the basic way what is difference. Guys, in Synutech site, if I go and click on any link, you can see that my entire content is loading again. Again means my entire things is loading again and again. Means example, this header and this menu part and this header part and this menu part, you can see for all the pages this is common. But what I'm doing, for each and every clicking, each and every page, I'm reloading the entire things. Okay, just remember this thing. Let me go to this one. Now guys, You can imagine this two part here, right? This is the header, this is the menu, same as this is our header, this is the menu. Okay, let's imagine this way because it's not look exactly, but you can imagine this two way. Guys, just understand this part. This is the origin of an angular, or understand why this angular required in this two side, because I am going to compare between the in-depth of these two sides now. Here you can see that if you compare these two sides, we have a header, we have a header, we have a menu, we have a menu, right? Now let's go and click on any of the menu. Suppose I'm going to click a new batch. You can see that I'm going to display the data. In this case, if I click navigating one page to another page, my entire page is getting blank and then reload. But if I go to this page and click on the suppose MI, you can see that this one is remain there, it's not reloading, only this content is reloading. You can see that only this content is reloading. Same way, if I go and apply the filter, you can see that my everything is there as it is, only this part is reloading. Means guys, you can see the difference. If you compare between these two sides, you can see that in these two sides they are doing their work, but the only difference is in this page, if I going from one link to another link, my entire page is reloading again. That is okay. But the difference is here, my header and this menu is common for all the page. Suppose if I go to about also, if I go to new batches also, this header is common. But same way, if I go to this site also, this header is common for MI also. This is header for common for the Samsung also. But the things is, if I go and click in any other links, that time my header is not reloading again. Okay, but in this case, it's reloading again and again. Now, guys, this is the origin of a single page application. Now you will ask me question, what is single page application? Let give me another example. If I go to this page, I know that my only this part is dynamic, and these two are static for all the page. Mean these two are common for all the page. Just imagine the another way. If I go and click this home, now what will happen? It will go to the server and get this header and this menu and load this page, right? Same way, if I go here, if I click on any of the things, you can see that only this content is getting updated, but the header and menus as remain as is there. It's not going to update anyhow. Now let's understand the like what is the if I going to develop this kind of application, then what is the use of this? Suppose it is constant, right? Every time it is constant. Now what is the benefit of using this one? Now what is the benefit of using this one? Now, let's understand this part. I know that for my all the pages, my header means this part and my footer is always constant. But if I go to any link, it's going to reload the page again and again. In this case, guys, what happening in our site? I unnecessarily loading this header and footer for all the times. Just understand, I'm loading this header and the footer all the times when navigating from one page to another page. Now you will ask me question, what is challenges in that? If I'm loading the page, what is the challenging of that? Let's understand the part. Suppose you are developing an application and your menu, this menu is coming dynamically. Dynamically mean guys, so based on the user is learning is coming dynamically. Just like this one, you can see that how much menu is this content, lot of items, right? Now let's understand, to get this data from the API or from the UI from the database, we require some logic, right? Write some logic to get all the, but you have electronics table, electronics data inside that you have mobile accessories, lot of things are there. Same as the TV appliance, you have all the data. Means somewhere in the database, all data is stored, and using the API or server, we're going to access the data. Guys, when you send the data from UI to API, what is required? It's required your what is required? It's required a bandwidth, right? It's required a network, it's required a bandwidth. You need to process onto your server, can get the data from the server. Lot of thing happening using this calling. Suppose get accessing any data to the server, we require lot of things. What are the lot of things? You can see here. As I told earlier, to access any data, we require this three layer, right? We have UI, API, and database. Means every time you want to access something, then you want to send the data to the request, and API going to process it and get from database. Again, database is going to respond to data. Then you and API going to hold the data and send to the UI. Every time you want to access a data, this three life cycle is happening. One is sending to API, API going to send database, database going to response back again. Means this process is happening for every time you are going to send one request. You know that each and every stack or each and every layer is a different computer, right? Suppose UI you are using own computer, server is using your server computer, and database also using the database computer. Means everything is using different computer, and each and every computer or machine is using their own memory. Suppose your server is 8 GB, it's going to use 8 GB memory, and when you send the data, it's going to process the data. A lot of things happening in between that. For each and every data response, we are consuming the server resource, we are consuming server memory, lot of things we are consuming, right? Guys, why I'm discussing all these things means when I am going to send, sorry, when I'm going to send any request, just a second guys, when I'm going to send any request to the server, a server also getting some cost. Cost means it's a memory cost, it's maybe operation cost, lot of cost is going to happen. But I know that this data is common for all the pages. Now let's load all this data once, and when it's going to navigate from one page to another page, no need to load. In this case, what the benefits is like that? In this case, we are not getting all this data. We are not sending the request all the time when I'm doing some operation, right? When I'm doing some operation, that time I'm not reloading the entire page, only loading those content which is required. Same way, in this Synutech site, every time if I click on the any of the link, my entire page is reloading again and again. In this case, every time I know that this header is common, but I unnecessary loading all the content all the time. If you compare between this Synutech and this Flipkart site, I can say that this Flipkart is a single page application, and this Synutech is a traditional web application. Now let's understand what is a single page application, what is a traditional application. Guys, as I told, like single page means you have only one page. Okay, like we have only one page, header is constant, menu is constant. Now if I go and do anything, after loading all the page, only this content getting updated, not the entire page. Means in single page we have one page and multiple content. In case of traditional application, it's a multi-page. And what is multi-page? Means every time if you click, you will get the same page again and again. If I click home, I will get the entire page. But in case of a single page application, we have only one page and we have a multiple content. What is multiple content? I can go load one page. Inside that, if I click on the filter, then what is going to happen? It's going to only load this content. That time it's not loading the entire page. Got it? Now, guys, this is the origin of the Angular. Now, Angular is used to develop single page application. Right? Now, Angular is used to develop single page application. Now, if you compare, don't go for in depth. If you see the compare between these two sides, you can able to know that in this case, what we are achieving in this Flipkart, we are loading the page, but only we are loading those content which is required, not loading entire content. But in case of Snowtech site, you can see that in this case, we know that our header and footer is common for all the pages, but unnecessary we are loading all the content every time we are going to from one page to another page. Now guys, that is the use of the single page application and a traditional application. Now let's, before going to start into Angular part, let's understand what is the benefit of a single page application or short form SPA. Nowadays you already know that all are saying that is SPA. SPA stands for single page application. Now let's understand the single page application advantages. What are the benefit of that? As I told earlier, if I'm going to send any data or receiving any data, I need to follow these three process every time. Okay. Now guys, understand in this site, sorry, in this site you can know that every time if I go and click, if I going to load the entire page, just imagine how many content is inside the menu, right? In this case again, it's going to process the data and get all the data, right? Once you load, you will get only one call. But if you go and call multiple times, it's going to multiple times server going to call that one, right? In this case, what will happen? It's going to consume the more server resource. And SPA is going to reduce the server resource. Understand? The first thing is SPA is going to reduce the server resource. Second thing is hold the data in memory. What is hold data memory? Just imagine this part. Once I load this menu, okay, I'm saying load this menu. Now I have this data. Now this data I can access anywhere inside the page because this data is now my common data. That's the reason we can hold the data in memory or we can reuse it. Now next part. Guys, this is for the server side and this is for the client side or you see UI side. To understand the benefit, then only going to understand. Means reduce the server resources, means it's not going to use the server more memory because already get the data, we are going to use that one. Second one is hold the data in memory, that is not going to be, we can reuse the data. Third part is use less data means suppose bandwidth of client machine. Understand? Loading this menu for each and every time also going to call the menu, it will take more memory of your browser. Suppose you are using a mobile network or you are using the suppose your data network, then it's going to use less network because once we load the data, we are not going to load the same data again and again. Means it's not going to communicate with your API multiple time. It's only call the API one time. Once you get the data, it's not going to load the API again and again. In this case guys, what will happen, it's going to use less bandwidth of your machine. Okay, this is your UI side. And fourth is mobile friendly. Is mobile friendly, guys, you understand? Okay, hold the data in memory. Second point. Okay, someone asked to explain the second point, let me understand this part, explain this part. Hold data in memory, reuse the data. Let's understand, guys. Suppose you are loading this, suppose first time when page the load the page, I able to get all the menus. Okay, now suppose this menu I want to display here. Okay, maybe not fully menu, I want to display all the electronics menu, not TV appliance, I want to display all the electronics categories here. Now guys, in this case what will do, again you will go to the server, get this menu, and suppose just example here you want to apply the filter of electronics again. Now what will do, you again will go to the server and get this electronics data and display here. But the second point, as I told, hold the data in memory means already we got the data here. Now we can reuse this data inside here without going to the server, because already the data is loaded and that data inside our memory, right? And that data we can use inside our application. Just a second, guys. Okay. Same way, suppose I want to access all the electronics data and display here, no need to go to the server and load the same data. Already the data is loaded and this data we can use inside our application. That's the reason I'm saying hold data in memory, or we can reuse the data. Clear, right? That is the use of reuse. Already you have a data, same data you can reuse anywhere. That is the use of the in-memory data. Second one, less bandwidth, because suppose you are calling the same data multiple times, then it's going to consume your bandwidth, your network bandwidth. That's the reason it's use less bandwidth. Finally, one is mobile friendly. What is mobile friendly? Guys, nowadays you know that everyone developing application for mobile first. You are also developing the browser as well as mobile friendly. But you know that mobile its content own limitation. Mobile content own less memory, like less mobile data bandwidth, lot of things there, right? Then this SPA is actually focusing on the mobile friendly application, because you know that mobile will have a less bandwidth and less memory. In that case, what we'll do, we are not going to load the entire page again. Once you load the page, only load those content whatever is required. And also we are going to use a less bandwidth. Also we can going to reuse the data. These are the basic use of a SPA. Developing the SPA, means the use of SPA are these. These are the benefits of using the SPA. But let's go understand what is the disadvantages of a SPA. What is, these are the basic things, because guys it's not doing anything, it's just reducing the server resources, hold the data, like using less bandwidth, mobile friendly. These are the basic example, these are the benefits of SPA. So what is the disadvantages of SPA? The disadvantages is it is complicated. Now what is complicated? Now guys understand. As I told here, single page application means one page multiple content. To develop this one page multiple content, HTML, CSS, JavaScript is not enough. We cannot, using the JavaScript, HTML, we cannot directly develop this SPA, but we can develop. But developing that thing is require much more time. For that reason, what we need to do, we need to learn a different technology to do the SPA. Okay, a different technology, that may be Angular, that may be React, or that may be Vue. Using these three different technology, or you can say language or framework library, we can able to develop the SPA. You already know that the benefit of SPA, but developing the SPA we require to learn new language for that, and that language is today going to focus on the Angular. Means Angular is giving us a, what is Angular? Angular is a UI framework which is used to develop single page application, or short form SPA. To know, to develop this SPA, we require the Angular. Guys, same as you can use the React, same as you can use the Vue. There is no difference. All our motto is developing the single page application. Got it? Means Angular is a technology, it's a framework which is used to develop a single page application. To do all these things, we have to learn the Angular. But the thing is, background is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Everything is there, but we are not using everything directly. We are using via Angular. Means using the Angular, we can develop the same web page application, but the web page application is SPA, single page application, or this is called the one page application. Now let's go understand how to set up a Angular, how to write a code, how to develop a single page application. Okay, clear all? Now let's go start with the Angular part. Yeah, means to store the, yes, not in, yeah, yeah, it's a cache memory. You can store the data. Someone asked me a question like, when I develop this, hold the data in the memory, line number 2, they're saying that where you store the data. Yes, we are going to store the data in the browser memory, that is called the cache memory, and that is going to access using different technology. You can store local storage, you can use to store the in memory storage, you can do different storage to store the data for this hold in the memory. Guys, hold in the memory means you don't think about that way. Just imagine that I have load this data once and use this data again and again when it's required. Obviously, when I load this data, I have to store inside somewhere. That somewhere is the memory. Which memory? The browser memory. The browser also contains different memory stack. That we're going to discuss a little bit later. How you can going to use the memory browser memory. Lot of things we're going to discuss when we're going to implement inside a project. Okay. Now, guys, first we'll go and understand this Angular part. Now, what is Angular? What is the use of Angular? We already discussed. Angular is used to develop the single page application. And what is the benefit of single page application? You already know that, right? Now let's go and install a single page application. Let me install the Angular application, set up the environment, and create one small Angular application. Then only we'll go and know the use we are going to implement. We are going to create one project, and that project is going to cover all this topic. Now I can you can note that we have completed this introduction. Okay, introduction, we have discussed what is Angular, use of Angular, what is web application, and difference between the single page application, CSP, and traditional web application, right? And let's go to second part. We'll understand setup, because you know that developing any application we require a setup, right? Then we'll understand what is the use of Node, how to install a Angular, and we'll go and discuss about the creating a fast Angular application, and then we're going to create a Angular project, and that project is going to cover all these things. Okay, now let's go and complete the setup part first. Guys, understand, the setup is the most important part of any language. Suppose you are developing any language, it may be C, C++, or Java, or .NET, anything. You know that installing installation part is most important, right? Now, suppose you are developing the Java application or the .NET application. So Java application, you have to must install the JDK, right? Or the .NET, you have to install the .NET framework inside your memory. The same way, to develop any Angular application, we must have to install the Node.js. Now you'll ask me a question that Node.js I have to learn the Angular. The answer is no. Node.js is just a runtime. What is runtime? You guys know that. So runtime means .NET framework is a runtime, and Java also giving a runtime which is going to run and execute our application. Same way, to develop any Angular application, we must have to first install the Node.js. Node.js is giving us a runtime. In top of that, we're going to create our we're going to create our Angular application. The first thing is we have to go and install the Angular using the Node.js. Going to install the Angular. Now, guys, let's go to the official site of Angular. We'll see how what are they are saying to installation. Let me go for angular.io. Angular.io is the official site of Angular. Okay. Now, if you go to these docs, click on the docs and click on the introduction. If you go scroll down, you can see that set up your environment. Okay, this is a set up your environment. If you click on set up your environment, then you can see that we have a landed page here. It's saying set up in local. It's local setup. If you scroll down, you can see that they're saying that prerequisite. As I told earlier, to develop any like Angular application, we require HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Guys, they are saying that to use Angular framework, you should be familiar with this following: JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. But they are saying that knowledge of TypeScript. Okay, I know that you people maybe don't know TypeScript, but we are going to cover the basic TypeScript in this workshop. Okay, now you already got it. To start with this Angular, you must have to know these three languages. that is okay. If you don't know, that is fine. But I expect you people should know the HTML, CSS. JavaScript, that is fine. I'm going to learn it now. But TypeScript also going to cover. These are the basic things. Now, to install Angular on a local system, you need followings. They are saying that what are the basic requirement for installing the Angular? To write the program, we require this language. But to install the Angular, we require these things. They are saying we require Node.js, because they are saying that the Node.js is the platform using that we are going to develop the Angular application. This is just a runtime. There is no link of any Node.js syntax with our Angular, but it's just a platform. Then only they say that npm package manager. We require the npm package manager to package the data. Now you'll tell me what is npm package manager. Guys, you know that if you know the packages, suppose you are using Java, you are using Marvin, and suppose you are using .NET, you are using the NuGet package manager. You know that all the packages is going to store in a package manager. I'll go and discuss all these things later, but understand this: npm is the package manager which is store all the library of Angular. Okay, before going to npm, let's go and install the Node.js. Once you install Node.js, then go and discuss about the npm. Guys, to install the Node.js, let's go and type in the browser nodejs.org. Okay, if you see nodejs.org, this is the Node.js official site. Every time you open the Node.js site, you can see that you have two linkages here. One is 16.16.0 is LTS. What, can you understand? The LTS full form is long term support. Means Node.js is giving us long term support for this version. And you can see that is saying that 18.5.0 it's current latest feature. But always understand, but as a recommended, always go for this one, because this one is currently active on development. This 18.5.0 is currently on active development. They have some stable release, but it's always recommended. Please go and install this one. Which one? 16. Now it's 16.16.0, but suppose next after 1 week also they are going to release another one. Don't know, but always remember, if they written here recommended for most user, you go and click on this one. Once you click on this one, it's going to download this one. Okay, now you know how to install a Node.js. Simple, how to install software. You just simply click on here, and it's going to asking. It will go ask for the basic installation. Next. You have to install, because I already installed the Node.js in my local. I no need to do inside my application. But if you are new to Node.js, if you don't install Node.js, please go and install the Node.js into your system. Okay, simple download. Click on this one, click on the next. Okay, and click on the next. It's going to click on the next. It's going to simply click on next. Forget about this one. Click on next and it will install. Now it will take some time to install the Node.js into a system. Please do it along with me, whatever I'm doing. If you are in front of a system, please go and set up this one side by side. Please go and do all these things. Then end of this session, you can able to know that how to do all these, practice all these things. Okay, now it's going to install the Node.js into local, because this is the basic software is required to write any Node.js application. Suppose if you are in different machine, suppose you are in Mac or Linux, if you open the Node.js also, it is going to give you the installation file for Mac as well as the Linux. It's up to you, but I am using Windows. It's giving the Windows one. Okay, now guys, let it install. You can see that it's saying that completed successfully. Now Node is successfully installed. Okay, now what we'll do after installation, we have to check that the Node.js is installed successfully or not. That is the main part. Okay, if you don't know that part, this is the problem. Then after installation, you have to check that Node.js successfully installed in a machine or not. That for that reason, what will do? Let me open the command prompt. You can open any command prompt. I can open the command prompt. Okay. Now what we'll do? We'll type here node hyphen v. Okay, node, you can open any command prompt and type node hyphen v. Node for Node.js command, hyphen v means version. If you click on enter, you can see that it's displaying 16.16.0, because as if you know that I have currently installed 16.16.0 for the this one, right? Now this is the current version of your Node.js. If anyone facing any challenges, if you don't know, it's not displaying anything, please try to reinstall or please let me know. Okay, guys, this is the first thing we must have to know to start the Node.js. First, you have to go and install Node.js. After you install Node.js, open command prompt and type here like version, and type here node hyphen v. It's going to display you the Node.js version whatever currently into your system. Got it, guys? Understand? Okay. If anyone facing any challenges, please let me know. I'll go to. Yeah, someone asked me question. This is only work Windows 8 or higher. Yes, yes. Because I don't know, like if people are using Windows 8 as of now, but yes, it is going to work on the Windows 8 and higher. Yeah, and someone told that 16.15.1, that is fine also, no issue. You can install any 16 point version because I'm just showing you these are the version I have installed. And please try to upgrade your window. Someone using the window 8.1, okay, you can upgrade your window because that is some prerequisite. They are saying that which the OS they are supporting, you can also see that one. Okay, now let's go to the second part. Now we have installed the Node.js, right? What is npm, guys? Little bit we will stop here. We are not going to focus npm now because this package we are not going to using as of now. When that is a use, I'll tell you about this part. Okay, now go back. Now they're saying install the Angular CLI. Okay, they're saying install the Angular CLI. We have to understand what is a CLI. Guys, there are two type of CLI available. Not CLI actually, there is two type of command available. One is GUI, graphical user interface. Another is CLI, command line interface. Guys, understand this Angular is a command line interface, means whatever you are going to do, all the things you are going to do by your command. Means suppose you know the traditional programming, suppose make dir is used to create a directory, right? But nowadays suppose you want to create a directory, simple right click here and create a new folder, right? If you compare between this thing, if I right click and create a new folder here, this is called a GUI, graphical user interface, means using the GUI I am doing all these things. The same thing I can create using the command prompt, that is called CLI. Make dir, suppose make dir new folder. Means this is the command prompt. Using this command prompt I can also create a folder, right? Guys, this command is called CLI, command line interface. Means you are using a command, you are going to use this one. But this is called the GUI because using the GUI you are developing this one. But Angular saying they are supporting the CLI, means command line. You have to use a command to create Angular application. You want to use a command to run the application. Lot of things you can do using the command prompt application only. Now they are saying install the Angular CLI. Okay, now just understand what is the CLI, how to install CLI. Let's understand. Let me copy this command. Okay, now let's go understand this part. It's called npm install -g Angular CLI. Let's understand this part. Guys, npm is full form is Node Package Manager. Node Package Manager. Guys, let's go to Node Package Manager and understand what is the npm. Then we'll go and install about all these things. Guys, before that, understand what is a package manager. Guys, package manager means it's a repo for all the packages. What is a repo? Means suppose you are developing one library and you want to publish that library that someone going to use, that is called the package. To store the package we can require different package manager, and that package manager we are going to use now the Node.js also giving a package manager a repository. Using that we can store our own repo, we can store our own packages. You know that suppose you are developing .NET or Java application, .NET you are using NuGet package manager, which is a package manager which store all the packages. Same as in the Java, we are using Maven to store all the packages, right? The same to same, we have a npm site npmjs.com, which is called for the node package manager, which is store all the packages. Means, suppose if I am going to install the Angular, suppose I want to install any packages, then I have to use the node package manager command. Suppose, well, I want to install the Angular, then I'll simple type go Angular. If I go and open the Angular, you can see that Angular CLI is there. If I click on Angular CLI, this is the package which is exist inside the npm. Means all the Angular code, all the Angular runtime is available inside the CLI. How to download the CLI? The CLI is available inside the npm. Okay, now if I open the npm, you can see this command. You can see that npm install. Now install is used to install the package. Okay, install the package. Know that npm is the package manager site. Npm is the store the package. Install command is used to install the package. Now hyphen g left it as of now. Let's go for the angular.cli. Okay, angular.cli. This is the package. G will hyphen g I will discuss later, but I'll understand this part. Angular.cli means I want to install the package. Which package? Angular CLI. Okay, into my system. Now, if you open this Angular CLI inside our this npm package manager, once you open, let's see what are the things displaying here. They are saying that Angular slash CLI. You can see here a TS. They are saying that this Angular CLI is built using the TypeScript. Okay, this is saying that this is using the TypeScript, and is saying that what is the current version 14.0.5. 14.0.5 is the current version of our Angular. Now what is public? It's saying that this is the public package, means anyone able to access this package. And third one is published 3 days ago. They are saying that this package was published using the 3 days ago. Okay, now guys, this is the basic of a package. But if you can see that there is a different tabs available here: readme, explore, dependencies, dependents, and version. We are not going to discuss all these things. Let me go and focus on the Angular version. Just imagine, suppose you are going to work in an existing project. Okay, existing project means suppose you are working on a project which project is developed in Angular, suppose 8 or Angular 9. Now, how you can go and develop? Suppose if I go and install this package, now it's going to give me 14.0.5 because this is the latest version, right? Suppose I want to install Angular 8 or Angular 9 or Angular 10, anything. Then guys, same time, if you click on the version here, you can able to see that all the version available here. Whatever version you want to install, you can choose and you can install that one. Suppose I want to install Angular 8 or Angular 9. Just example. I have to click this Angular 8.3.2.9. This is the Angular version available. Now you can see that once I click, it's going to give me the npm install command. If you copy this one and paste it here, you will see that nothing difference. Just type g here. Nothing difference. Only difference is here at the rate 8.3.2 3.2.9. Guys, what is 8.3.2.9? This is the version of package. If you don't give any other version, then it's going to install the latest package. What is latest package? The latest package, you already know that previously it's 14.0.3, right? That was the latest package. Now that is the latest. If you don't add 14.0.5, if you don't add any other symbol here, then it's going to install whatever the latest package is there, that is going to install. If you want to specify the specific package, why I'm saying specific package, because suppose you are developing in a company, that company the application already developed. If you, in that case, you have to specify the version. If you specify the version, you have to use the at the rate symbol, at the rate the version name. When you're going to install this version name, then what will happen? It's going to install this specific version into your memory. But it's depend upon which what type of application development. Suppose your application developing from scratch, then you can go for Angular CLI. Suppose you are developing application target to specific version, then you can use the at the rate symbol and the version name. Okay, now let's go back to the hyphen G. What is the use of hyphen G? Guys, in npm, when you install the package, there is a two scope available. Okay, what is two scope? Scope means the area where it's going to install the package. One is the local scope, another one is the global scope. Okay, what is local and global? I'll let you know. The global scope. Guys, for local scope, we don't need to specify hyphen G. By default, when you install the package, npm install CLI is going to install into your local package. But if you go and use hyphen G, it's go for the global scope. Then you'll ask me a question, what is the benefits of using the local and global? I tell you. Just imagine, now you have installed the Angular CLI, which is actually 14.0.5. You develop one application. Same time, if you go and you want to install another application, then again you have to do the same thing. Again, you have to go and type the Angular install Angular CLI. No. If you put hyphen G inside the npm install, it's going to store this Angular CLI in global scope. No need to load the Angular CLI again and again when creating the application. Means if you are using the normal scope in local scope, then every time, suppose now you're developing one application called project 1. Okay, project 1. Again you are developing for project 2. Suppose if you are going to use this normal syntax, this one, I'm not specifying any G or anything, then project 1 also you need to install this one, project 2 also you're going to install this one. Why? Because this is the local dependency you loaded. But if you are using the hyphen G, once you install, if you are going to create n number of project, okay, project n, then no need to install the Angular CLI again and again. Once you install. No need to develop other things. No need to install the same Angular multiple times. That's the reason you are using the hyphen G. G stands for the global. And if you don't specify G, it's a local scope. Got it? I think you will be clear about all the components of this Angular, the CLI. Now guys, let's go and do one thing. Let's install the Angular. Now, before going to Angular CLI, if you did not suppose in my system, I already installed the Angular CLI. If you don't install, if you already installed, then check that after installation, you have to check that Angular is installed or not. For that reason, what will go? First will go, please type this one. Let me paste this tab, paste this one into chat box. Please, all of you, please download this one, please install this one into a command prompt. This whatever tag I send, right? If you go and install this one, I will paste it here, right? After I pasted npm install hyphen G Angular CLI, you have to press the enter. Once you press the enter, it's going to install the package. Nothing to do, just going to install the package. Okay, please try this one. Please install the package into your local npm install hyphen G other Angular CLI. It's going to install the package into your local global scope. Guys, once the package installed, okay, once the package is installed, please go and type in the command prompt Angular space version. Sorry, type ng version. Ng version. You can see that after installing this npm, after you install this CLI once successfully, then you go and click and type ng space version. Let me type it, ng. Guys, for it, now type ng space version. Try it along with me. Once you type ng version, you can see that a screen there, and that screen, let me type in the chat, guys, ng. I'll send the tag there. You can type it ng version. I can see that once you enter ng version, you can able to see that Angular CLI 13.3.4. In my local, I have installed 13.3.4. If in your system it's going to, suppose you are installing first time, it's going to spend 14.0.4, 0.5. What is the node package version, package manager version, OS version, Angular, what are other packages they are showing here. Okay, I hope you able to see this screen as of now. Ng version, you can able to see all the things. My local, I have installed 13.3.4. In your system it's maybe going to display 14.0.5 because you are going to install first time. Okay, this will going to change. Apart from this, everything will be same, only this version going to be changed, right? Now guys, after you install this npm, after you install the Angular, now the time to create the Angular application. Got it? Now, first we install the Node.js. Second, we have installed the this Angular CLI. Now, third, we are going to install. We are going to create an application. Okay. Now, the syntax is how to create a Angular application. To create an Angular application, the command is ng. First, understand ng. Guys, if I see that I have typed ng here. Guys, if you see Angular, here they are using this ng. If you see that, this ng as the ng command. Sorry, ng. Angular, this ng. The short form of Angular is ng. ng stands for Angular. But here, ng is the command he taken from here only. This ng, right? ng stands for Angular command. Means we are not going to write fully Angular. We are going to write short command from Angular is called ng. Same way, I want to create an application ng new. Okay, ng new. ng new is stands for create a new application. Type along with me ng new, and you can going to create an application. Okay, suppose if you're going to create an application, I can going to give any name. Okay, the application name. Let me give and create an application called to do app. Okay, it's called to do app. Okay, don't give any space. Just if you have a space, just give a hyphen. Okay, to do app means application. The application name is to do app. You can choose any directory, it's up to you. I have created inside C training. I have created the C inside a C folder. I have a training. Training is the folder. Inside that we have I created application ng new to do. Now let's understand what is the new application. New create a new project. Then type ng new project name. Guys, you know that ng stands for Angular. ng for Angular command. Then new stands for create new project, and cmd stands for, sorry, the project name is the name of the project. Right guys, now if typing this ng new project name, okay, I'll send the chart in the chart. If you want to use this project name, guys, you can make it dynamic. Okay, dynamic means it's give your name. So this project name is totally, you can give your name, it's up to you. Whatever, same way we can giving your name is to do app, then same way you can give the name whatever you want to choose, but we are going to create a to do app now. Okay, now here, after you give the ng new to do app, just click on enter. Once you click on enter, it's going to ask you some questions. I'll tell you what are the questions they're going to ask, what you want to mark. Okay, now it's asking, would you like to add Angular routing? It's for everyone. Is anyone trying now? You can able to see the same thing. It's going to ask you, you want to install Angular or you want to add Angular routing or not. You can press yes. What is routing? I'll discuss later. But as of now, just mark as routing yes. Once you click on enter, it's saying that which style sheet format would you like to use? Okay, suppose if you know CSS, because there is now in the market there is different type of CSS available, is CSS, SCSS, SAS and less. But as of now, we are going to only focus on CSS because CSS, SCSS is totally different. We are going to focus on CSS. If you are going to choose any other one, just use the down and up arrow to go up and down. Once you choose the CSS, just click on enter. Once you click on enter, you can see that it's going to create some folder for us. It's just creating some file and installing the package. Please, meanwhile, it's creating the application. Please, all the people who are in front of the system, please try to create the same thing. If anyone facing any issue, anything, please let me know. Okay, we'll pause for 2 or 3 minutes because until unless it's going to install, we are going to wait for that time and then we'll discuss about the application structure. Okay. Meanwhile, please go and install all the things and create your own application. Side by side, whatever I'm going to give you, the same thing, please go and implement inside your application. Okay. Now, wait for some time and please do into your system also. Now guys, you can see that my application, like you can see that the whatever application we have created, that is installed successfully. You can see that lot of things are creating, like installing package, doing something. Okay, forget about this one, we are not going to discuss all these things. Okay, before going into whatever project we have created a project called to do app, right? Whatever project we have created, this to do app, before going that, let me discuss about the code editor. Now understand what is a code editor. I know that you people already know the code editor because you are developing Java, you are using Eclipse. Suppose you are using .NET, you are using your Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, the Visual Studio One. Suppose you are developing C and C++, you are using their own editor, right? Now you people know that what is the benefits of editor because it's going to write the program very fast and execute there, right? Now same way guys, to write any code of Angular, the we are going to use the editor that is called VS Code. Okay. Now VS Code is the now the leading code editor in the market. It's called the Visual Studio Code, which is used to write all the front ends code. Not only front ends, any code you can write, but as of now I'm saying that all the front ends coding you can going to write in the Visual Studio Code. The VS Code is our code editor, which is used to write the code for our Angular application. Now, before going into that, whatever project we have created, let's go and first install this code editor into our local. Then we'll go and see how to use the code editor for the Angular application. Okay. Now, if you see here, after opening this Visual Studio Code, let me send this link to chat box. Please go and open this Visual Studio Code, and once you open this link, you can see able to see that the first page is displaying download for Windows table. Suppose you are using different machine, suppose you are using Mac or anything, just click it here and you can able to download for different platform. As of now, if you want to download, just click on the download from window, click on this download from window. Okay, now it's going to download and you can simply follow the installation process. Next, whatever you're doing the process, right? Simple installation process you can follow because already the VS Code is installed in my system. No need to install again. Okay. Now after you install the Visual Studio Code, let me open the VS Code. Okay. To type, just type the VS Code. Once you click on VS Code, you can able to see that this is our VS Code. Forget about this one. This is our VS Code. Okay. Now this is our VS Code editor. We are going to write the VS Code. We are going to write our own code. The same way, before writing the code, we have created the application inside this folder. This is called a C training folder. What I'll go to C training folder, and inside that you can see that I have a folder called to do app. Same way, in your machine also, suppose you are developing inside the C or D or E, any drive, inside that whatever folder you have created, please go there. Please go there and do one thing. Just open this folder. You can able to see your project name here. Suppose you're giving a project name XYZ, then you can see that there is a folder called XYZ there. Okay. And just do one thing. Just open this to do app. This is the full application name. Open this one. Now you can see that we have list of folder and files available here. Okay. We'll discuss the folder and file structure later, but as of now you can see that lot of files created and lot of folders also created. Okay, now what we'll do, we are going to open this application in VS Code. Okay, now do one thing, let me close the VS Code as of now. Suppose if I want to open this application VS Code, I can simply go right click here, and if you go to source mode, because if you're using the Windows 11 or any Windows, right click, you can say open with code. The option will come called open with code. If I click on open with code, then it's going to open the project inside the code. This pop-up will come, guys. First time going to open, you just click on yes, I trust the author. Click on yes. Now you can see that all my application is opening left hand side. This is the one way you can open the application using the VS Code. What is the first way? First, you have to go to the folder, which folder your project is created. Right click there and right click and property open with code. This is the one way. Okay, this is the one way you can open the project. This is the first way. Second one, let me close it. Second one is manually open the VS Code. Manually open the VS Code and file. Go to file. Just a second. Just to click on file. Open folder. Okay, and after opening folder, you can select the folder name and click on the whichever folder you have a project. Just click the folder name and open folder. You can able to see the application here. This is the two way you can open the project. But there is another way you can also open the project using the VS Code. That is called command prompt format. Let me close it here. Now guys, you can see that I have opened the project using the my project inside the C training. Let me go to that folder. It is called a to do folder, right? I am now inside the C training to do folder, right? This is my folder name. Suppose if I am going to open this application using the command prompt, then what I'll do, I'll write code space dot. Dot stands for all. Now, how we are doing, right click and open with this code, same thing you can also do using the command prompt, command line code, like simple code dot, and click on enter. You can able to see the project is also going to open using the VS Code. Got it, guys? Means in this three way you can able to open any Visual Studio Code using the any project using the VS Code. Right? Now first one is go and right click here, open the project. Second one is manually go to the VS Code, open the folder. Third one is using the code editor. Right? Now this is the three way you can using the VS Code. Now guys, let me go and open the VS Code. Let me open the VS Code now. Open on now let's see that. Here guys, after you opening this one, you can able to see that I have, let's understand this code editor first, then we'll go and understand about other part. You can see that, let me zoom out this one. Okay, you can see here left hand side I have some icons here, and bottom I have something, and top we have something, right? Now this first one is the Explorer. This Explorer is same as a File Explorer. Okay, and once you open this Explorer, you can see that To Do App. To Do App is your application name. Whatever application name you are giving, this is the folder name. Okay, if you open this one, you can able to see list of files here. Now inside the files, we will go and discuss each and every files. Okay, but before that, let's explore this editor. Now here, if you have to search anything, can search anything. Here is the source control, GitHub. You are going to show the GitHub, how to push the code in GitHub. Now the run and debug, how to run the debug the application. And this is the extension, how to install the extension. This all are things are there. Okay, but this is not required as of now. Let's only focus on the Explorer. Okay, now same way, now you can see that my editor is looks like black because I'm using the black one. Suppose you want to change to white or anything. Suppose by default you install VS Code, it displaying the white one. Suppose you want to change the black one, then how can change the color of this one? Just go to edit. Sorry, go just go to, sorry, files. and click on the preference and go for the color themes. Okay, let's go to color themes, and here you can see that you have a list of themes is available here. Suppose you want to choose any themes, just click and go for the mouse arrow up and down. You can see able to see different things is coming, right? There are different themes are available inside this application. Suppose you want to install any specific one, just click on the browse additional themes. Here you can go and install the different themes, but by default it's giving us the this one, but we are going to use the dark one. I am going to use the dark one. You can do change to light one also, you can change to light one. Okay, it's up to you. Okay, let's go use a light one. That will be a good one. So, okay. Now let's go and understand between the. Let's go and focus about this part. This is the basic part we have to know, guys. This is the how to change the preference, all these things. But if you go and more explore this one, you can able to do a lot of things here. But as of now, we are going to only focus on this folder structure. Okay. Now, once you create any application using any project using the Angular CLI, you can know that by default there is something is created. Okay, you can see that some files, some folder is created. Now, it's as a developer, if you're a developer, you must have to know the file and folder structure for the application. Okay. Now let's go and understand each and every file and folder structure of the application. Guys, let me change to black one only. It's not looks good. Now, Now understand this file and folder structure. This is the most important to know before going into the actual code. We'll go from bottom to top. Okay, we'll go from start from here to the top. Guys, first we'll understand tsconfig. Let's ignore this one. Let's go for tsconfig. Guys, tsconfig is called TypeScript configuration because every time, because our application is going to develop using the TypeScript. We are not using the JavaScript. I'll explain. Don't forget about thing. I'll go to explain everything about TypeScript and JavaScript for our application, how to write TypeScript code, how TypeScript code is going to convert a JavaScript code. I'll discuss everything in second half. Okay. Now, first understand this part. First file is tsconfig. Just ignore this one. Guys, this folder is the TypeScript configuration. Now you'll ask me a question, what is the TypeScript configuration? If you remember our things, as I told, when you develop any application that is going to target the browser, you must have to know HTML, CSS, JavaScript because these three are the language for the browser, right? These are language for the browser. Means browser only able to understand HTML, CSS, JavaScript. But we are now going to learn about TypeScript. But I told TypeScript is not compatible with Java, not compatible with the browser because browser only knows JavaScript. Now, what guys happening when we are going to write any code in TypeScript? This TypeScript code is converting again to JavaScript. Means I say that we are going to write code in Java TypeScript. Now the compiler is going to compile this application to JavaScript. How is it working? We will discuss later. But our we are going to write code in Java TypeScript. Then finally it's going to convert into JavaScript. Why JavaScript? Because browser only know JavaScript. Okay. Now these are the configuration. These are the configuration for the browser to run the TypeScript application. What is all these things? We are not going to discuss as of now. This is not nothing, just a configuration part. We'll see what is the use of this one. Okay. Now, guys, tsconfig.spec.json. Understand spec. Anywhere you will find as spec file, it's known that it's a unit test case file. It's a test case file for TypeScript. Okay. Now ignore this one, not required. Just focus on the tsconfig. Okay. Which files are required, I'll let you know, but later you'll understand about other things. Now tsconfig r.json. Guys, tsconfig is the file which is for global TypeScript configuration, but for project specific configuration, this is a tsconfig app.json. You can see that tsconfig.json is the file which is extend inside the tsconfig app.json. This is extends these files. Means this tsconfig contains some global configuration, and if you want change this configuration specific to your requirement, then you can change using the tsconfig app.json. This is the extended version of this tsconfig, and this tsconfig app.json is used inside your project. Okay, now these all are just configuration files. There is no link with code, but it's better to understand what is the files responsible for which things. readme.md. Okay, and this md, this file is the like, suppose when you're developing an application and suppose you want to write any manuals for your application, this is the markdown language. You can write your your all the deploy, how to deploy, how to run, lot of things going to discuss all these things. Okay, now package.json, this is the package size. What is this content, all the packages going to install, all these things, it's there. Okay guys, before explaining other files, because if you go one by one file, then you will be a little bit complicated. Before going into file structure and explaining other stuff, let first run the application, and we'll see how the application looks like, and then we'll go and understand about this package.json. Okay, now let's go and run this application. Once the application run, then we'll go and come explain about this folder structure. Okay, now to run the application, please go to click on terminal, click on new terminal. Okay, in the file, go to terminal, click on new terminal. Okay, you can see that you can be able to see your folder structure here. And if you're installing the this Visual Studio Code first time, you can able to see that instead of in window, if you're not seeing this one, I think you're able to see this one, this structure, PowerShells. Okay, PowerShells also a command prompt one for the Windows. As of now, we are not going to use PowerShells. Simply click it here, this arrow, right, this arrow, and click on command prompt. Okay, once you command prompt, you can able to see this structure is here. Now we'll go and run the Angular application. To run the Angular application, the command is ng serve, ng space serve. Click on enter. Once you click on enter, we'll see that how it's working. Okay, let's wait for some time. You can do the same with me in a local also. If you are opening your application, you do the same thing. Simply go and type ng space serve. I have sent this command into our chat box. Please go and type this one, ng space serve. Now guys, after you install, after you type this one, you can see that initial chunk something is got created. Okay, forget about this one. But focus this one. Angular live development server is listening on localhost 4200. Open your browser on this one. Let me click on the control and click it here. Once you click it here, you can know that now this is opening inside my browser. Now let's see how the application looks like. It's opening localhost 4200, and this is the header and something is displaying. Forget about what is displaying. This is the default design given by the Angular. Okay, now you can see that now our application is successfully run into the browser, and this is our localhost 4200, and it's displaying the content. Now you'll ask me a question, what is this localhost and what is this 4200? Let's understand this part, then we'll go and check other part. Guys, we are running our application into local, right? Local means a local also contain one address, right? Suppose you are accessing, suppose Flipkart, you are accessing Synutech site, all contain Node.js, Angular, everyone content is DNS. This is the domain name. Same way, guys, suppose you want to run any application into your local, the address name is localhost, or you can know that well known 127.0.0.1. This is the localhost address. And localhost is the for all the applications. Now for Angular application, you are using the 4200 port. You can change any port, but by default, Angular is giving us 4200 port to run the application. Now For that reason, when you go and type ng-serve, the ng-serve is going to create a server for us using the localhost 4200 port. Okay, the same thing happening in background. To all this thing guys happening running a browser, all this thing is happening using the Node.js. Node.js is giving a runtime. Using that runtime, we can able to create a browser. We are able to create a address. Inside this address, we are running our Angular application. Now you'll tell me, okay, I don't want to use this by default this 4200. I want to use 1234. Yes, you can also do that. How you can do that? Suppose once you install is there, if I want to stop it, I will simply go and press Ctrl C. If I press Ctrl C, it's going to stop the terminal. Same as suppose I want to change the port, I will simply write ng serve hyphen hyphen port equal to 1234. Okay, you type ng serve hyphen hyphen port equal to 1234. If you click on enter, it's going to create the same application using different port. I'll tell you. Let me wait for some time. You can also try the same thing in your machine. Okay. Now you can see that it's saying that open your browser localhost 1234. If you click on this one, you can see that my application is running 1234. This is the way you can change your port. Means port changing means if you don't want to use 4200, you can also do and change to 1234. It's up to you how we're going to do that, but syntax is this one. Let me copy and ng server is not working. What the error is showing? Okay. If ng server is not working, I tell you one thing. Let me go. Okay, guys, that this is the way you can able to create the application. Now let me stop it, and again I'll type another command. It's called npm start. Try this one, npm space start. If you click on npm space start and enter, it is also going to create. It is also going to start the application. Yeah. Or type npm space start. This is the another way we can start the application. Okay. Same way, it's going to run by default 4200. If yeah, Nidhi, if you are facing the problem ng server is not working, just type npm start. It's going to start your application. Npm start. Once npm start, it's going to start the application. Now you'll confuse why I'm using ng-serve, why I'm using npm start, lot of thing, right? Now let's back to the point about package.json. Because to know this package.json, we have to know this first this application, how to run the application. Right? Now, guys, if you open the package.json, you can see that some structure is here. First, you have to understand this part. If I collapse this file, you can see that I have a name here, right? The name is to do app. The version is here by default 0.0.1. You can see here script. Script is there. Then dependency, dev dependency. Now first understand this script. Guys, when I open the terminal and click on npm start, right? Then what happening guys, this npm start is looking for this package.json. Okay, npm start is looking for package.json file. If once the package.json file is got it, it's going to the package.json file inside the script tag. Understand this flow. Once I type this npm start, it's going to the package.json, and inside the JSON file is looking for the script tag. Inside the script tag, you can see list of values there. When you type start, it's go for the start one, and it's going to change to ng-serve. Means whatever you're going to try to ng-serve, right? The same ng is going to call using the npm start. Suppose anything you want to change, suppose you want to change your port, you can simply go write port equal to 1234. Means every time, no need to go and type ng sir port 1234 ng sir port 12 xy, like 2354. No need to change. What will do, you can create a shortcut for your command. This is the command which is used to run the application. Instead of writing the same command every time, what will do, you can configure your command using the npm. Npm start, when npm start, npm node package manager start means is to go for this package.json inside the script folder inside the start. When you find the start, it's going to be execute this command. If you see this one, you can find that when I type ng serve, sorry, when I type, you can see that when I go and type npm start, a second, npm start, you can see that internally it's going and executing ng serve. See that ng serve. But where this ng serve exists? This ng serve exists inside the start tag. The benefit of using npm start means ng server, also you can start the application. The benefit is, suppose if you are changing your application some configuration, suppose you are changing some configuration part here, then no need to type that configuration all the time going to run the application. Instead of writing that, just type all the command prompt here and bind with start. When type npm start, it's go internal to start key and execute this value inside our application. This is the shortcut command of the start. But later we'll learn what is the build, all these things we're going to learn later. But simple for npm start, same as the start the ng serve. But difference is ng serve, every time you will go on, if any additional configuration port or something, then we'll go and type that every time. Instead of writing that one, we are going to use the start one. Okay, this is the all about our script tag, right? Now, same way, you can also write your own tag, guys. Here, you can suppose ng start. You can suppose ng, suppose engine start. You can write engine here. You can do it here. It's up to you how you can do, how you can go write it. It's up to you. Okay, but I'm just saying that npm start. Now, private. This project is a private. Forget about this one. Now let's focus on these two part: dependency and dev dependency. Guys, why I'm focusing all these things? Okay, someone asked me, uh, please repeat again npm start flow. Okay, yeah, Nidhi Arora. Okay, let me. Someone asked me to explain this npm start flow. Let me understand. Guys, the official command for start a Angular application is ng serve. Okay, if you type ng serve, it's going to serve the application. Inside which folder application exists. This is the, I think you already got it, right? Suppose you want to change the port. I write port equal to 1234. Okay. Now I click on enter. Just I copy it. I click on enter. Okay. Now after entering this one, now my application is going to run it. Which port? 1234 port. Same way. Suppose next time you are going to open the application, what will do? Again, will go and type ngSR port 1234. And in this case, guys, what will happen? Every time you want to run the application, suppose I stop it application, again I want to run it, I'll simply go and type npm start, sorry, ng serve hyphen port 1234. Instead of writing every time this code, what you will do, go to simple this packet.json and go to the start. Start is the key. Inside here, go and type here this one, ngSR port 1234. Now guys, if I go and type here npm start, which is npm start means, let me start this one. Npm start, you can see that it's going to execute, this 1234 port. I am not going to write the same code again. Means npm start just a alias. Alias means it's just a syntax. Using this start, you can executing this one. Clear? Means I am not writing anything this code again and again. Simply I'll go on npm start. All the start what you want to do you can configure here. Okay, this is only port. Now also you can specify the host. Lot of things you can specify using the ng-serve. Okay, in this case writing the same code again and again, I can simply write all the code that configuration once and using the start once. That next time if I write npm start is going to this start one execute this command, right? So same way if I stop it, I want to run again, then I will not go and type ng serve. I'll simply write npm start. So what will happen? npm start will go and execute this code. It is just a shorthand format for the ng-serve. Means this is the long command. You want to make it short, then you have to use the start one. The start contain this command. When I type the start, internally it is calling this command, but I am not going to write all this full command. Okay, now got it. Now let me stop it and let me revert back everything. Okay, and let us write npm start. Okay, what is the use of watch? Let me tell you now. Now tell you watch. Okay, actually I'm going there watch because watch I'll explain guys this one when we are going to discuss on the code part. Guys, watch means I'll tell you. Watch means you know that it's looking something, right? Watching something. This part I'll tell you guys when I'm going to explain the source part. Okay, just ignore this one as of now. Now let's go and discuss about not able to find the port. Okay, now guys, let's go for dependency and dev dependency. Dependency means to run this Angular application, then I have you. These are the dependencies required. What is dependency? What are the different package we are running to run this application? These are the packages required. If you open your Angular JSON file, package JSON file, you can able to see. Suppose you can able to see 14 point or something able to you, but this is not matter. You can see that all the things are installed here. This is dev dependency will back here later when going to install the different package. Then dev dependency, to run the application in local, we also require a dev dependency. Means what is the TypeScript we are using, what is the Angular dev toolkit we are using, all these things are using here because this is the development dependency. We'll discuss when going to deployment architecture, when going to deploy the application. That time I'll tell you what is the use of a dependency, what is the use of a dev dependency. The only difference is dependency is using these packages we can go to deploy the application. Dev dependency means to run the application in local we require these packages. We'll discuss all these things guys a little bit more in your application when go and deploy the application. Okay, now package log, forget about this one. Karma config.json, this is for the unit test case. To run the unit test case we require karma config, because karma and jasmine we are going to use it to run our unit test case. That is going to cover in the last part of our project. Then Angular JSON, guys, this is the heart of the Angular. Like all the Angular application configuration is built here. Like what is the project name, what is the prefix, what is the environment, lot of things are discussed here. We'll back here when we want to do the when that term will come, we'll back to Angular JSON and discuss about all these things. Okay, not all these things, but what are the basic things that are required, we'll go and discuss here. Okay, now git ignore, this is the files which is used for the GitHub. Suppose in because I'll show you how to push the code into Git. That time I'll tell you what is the use of a git ignore file. Editor config, no use. Browser list src, no use. I will explain this. I'm not going to spend this much more time on this. But lastly, if you get much more time, we'll go and discuss about this thing, because you know that editor config, to do the editor configuration, all this editor configuration here. Browser list src means to target which browser they are saying all these things, like Chrome, Firefox, Edge, which are the browser targeting, all they are saying all these things. There is no use of these two, but okay, this is okay for as of now. Okay, now actual main things we have to discuss about is src folder, because finally as a developer we are going to write the code, right? To writing the code, we have a folder called src. Guys, this src is stands for source. Src folder is src, full name is source. If you open the source, you can see that we have a list of files and folder inside this. Let's understand from bottom to top upwards. Okay, what are the files is used? Test.ts, guys, this files is used for all the style sheet, all the test case configuration, all the test case running. We are going to use the test.ts. Okay, just know the overall idea. When going to use that time, we will go and discuss all this thing in depth. Style.css is the files which is style.css is a global style sheet for the application. We can add all the global style sheet for the our application. Polyfill.ts, this is used for backward compatibility browser support. Suppose you are developing the application and that application is going to support for the suppose previously Internet Explorer and Opera in other browser. That time you're going to add the polyfills. Now polyfills is not required as of now, but the default is there. Main.ts, this is the entry point of application. All the Angular application are going to start from here. Okay. Index.html, this is the file, is the UI file for the application. All the UI stuff, whatever going to develop, that is going to display here. Fav icon, you know that fav icon, you already know that favorite icon. Every browser contain any favorite icon. You can add this fav icon here. Environments, suppose you are a developer, you are going to develop the application multiple environments. Suppose you are in development, then go for test, then go for UAT, then go for production. Then this environment file is going to contain all the environmental configuration for your application. The assets folder is the folder which is going to store all the images and static file for your project. Suppose you want to store any images or video or anything, or then you are going to add inside the assets folder. But in between all these things, the main folder is app folder, you call it application folder or app folder. Okay, this app folder is the folder where you are going to actually write the code. Means whatever you are able to see it now here, everything is designed in this app folder. App folder, you can see that we have app module, app component, TS specs, HTML, CSS, and module. Okay, these are the different files which is created inside the okay assets folder. Okay, I'll go back there. These are the different files. I'll back to assets and environment. Okay, these are different files which are created by default by the Angular. Okay, what is the use of modules, what is a component, what is a module, lot of things going to discuss now. But before that, some people are asking about this assets and environment folder. Let me again explain this one. Just guys, example one thing. Suppose you are developing one application and that application now in development. Now you are going to move into testing, right? Suppose the test engineer going to test it. For test engineer, suppose you want to create an environment, right? For test engineer, their API, their database, everything is different. For that reason, if you want to create any configuration for different environment, then you can use this environments file. Suppose now by default we have I actually back here. The environment file is by default is development and production. Suppose right for development, suppose you want to add another environment called staging or UAT or something, then you can create this environment here and you can ship this when you build this application. It's going to add this environment. This environment is the configuration file for your application. Suppose you want to define any key, you want to define any endpoint, you want to define any file, you have to define any suppose any mechanism, suppose any kind of a constant value, everything you are going to define in this environment file, right? In this case, environment is the folder which is used to define all the environment specific development. Now we are in development. All the environment development we're going to do in this environment. Suppose in the production you want to define anything else, then you are going to define production. The same way we can go and create a number of environments. I will show this example when actually going to implement this application. Okay, now let's go to assets folder. Guys, example, these files, this logo, suppose if I go to home, these icons, everything's called images, right? Now the question is how to store that images. And suppose you want to add some video, you want to display some video, all these images and any kind of media file, if you want to store inside your application, then you want to store inside the assets folder. Assets means it's a folder which is going to store all the static files. Static means it may be your logo, it may be your suppose any kind of icons, everything on the store you can go to store in the assets folder, right? We will see how the assets folder is going to work. Now let's go for this app folder. Okay, now guys, in this app is the actual coding folder. As a developer you are going to focus on this, not you have to focus everything, you have to focus, but as a developer you are to going to work with this app folder. App folder is called application folder. All your application code, all your everything is going to exist inside this app folder. Means how when you run the application you can able to see this screen, right? See this screen, this screen designing, everything is happening inside this app folder. Where this happening I will discuss, but you can see here we have different file from bottom to top. We have a module file, we have component file, we have specs file, we have html file, css file and module file, routing file. Then I will go and explain all these things, what is a component, what is a module, what is a routing, everything will go and discuss. Okay, now let's get started. Our real implementation of Angular. We'll see what you need to do. Okay. Before going that, I know that before this, like first up, we have discussed about this file and folder structure, and we have also gone to all these things. But we expect this app folder, right? Now this before going and discuss all this app folder, we'll go and discuss what the things we are going to develop today. Okay, like in this 2 days workshop, what are the things we are going to perform. Okay, let me draw something like what are the application we're going to develop. Let's first discuss that thing, then we'll come and discuss about the project, like discuss about the application, how it's going to work. Because you know that starting any project, the planning is most important, right? We have to first do the project planning, what we are going to do, list out all the features, and we will go and implement all the features. Okay, now guys, I know all of you know the to do app, right? I know all of you know to do app. To do app means it's a simple app. Like let me draw a screen here. Like we have a text box here, right? And we have a list of option. Let me write it down. A list of option, and we are going to add tags here, right? Suppose task one. A second. It's a task one, and same way we are going to add a task two. Just I'm drawing something. Okay, we'll go and understand this thing. Task two. So on, we are going to add n number of tasks, right? And each and every task, okay, we have a radio button that is going to mark as a complete. Once I click on this one, it's going to not radio button, yeah, mark as a radio button, it's going to mark as complete. And every time we have a two option there. One is, if you see this one is for this is one is for here edit, it's for edit. Another one is the delete, right? Another one is delete. Look into this application, delete. The same things we are going to repeat for all the things, right? For the same thing we are going to do for the all the items, right? Now you know basic things, like once you click on here, we have a add button here. Suppose we have a add here. Once you click on add, whatever you're going to text enter here, it's going to display the list here. Simple. Now things, this is looks like simple, but we are going to make this application in such a way that it's going to cover our entire application things. Like it will going to cover component. Don't bother about whatever I am writing here. Just imagine these are the concept of the Angular. We are going to first learn a TypeScript, then component, then templates, directive. pipes, service, routing, reactive forms, HTTP clients, RxJS, lot of things going to discuss on this. Okay, we are going to cover everything in 2 days. In today we are going to go up to this pipe, okay, and pipe or this reactive forms, and next day we are going to discuss about the RxJS and the HTTP client, and we're going to focus on the these are multilingual, how to make the application multilingual, and second we're going to focus on a unit test case, and finally if you got time we're going to deploy the application and discuss about the basic Angular interview questions. Okay, now let's go through this one first. Now, if you see this one, let's go and understand what are the features we are going to build in this task. Now, guys, you can see this one. What are the features we are going to develop? Let me first create a features list. Okay. Now, let me create a file. No, let me open this one. Let me go to this readme.md. Okay. Readme.md our file. Here we are going to add our all the nodes. Okay. Now the application name is app name is to do, right? The description, what is description? Manage own task. Simple one. Now let's go and discuss about features. What are the features we are going to provide? First one. Okay. First write all the features here and design all the mockups here. Then only we'll go and start the actual project implementation. Okay. Now forget about everything about what is Angular, how to write the code. Forget about these things. Only focus requirement analysis and the features. Okay. Now, guys, first features. The features one features is add to do, add task. First add task. What is add task? Like let me compare it. We will go and discuss side by side. We'll add this thing. Okay. Okay. Add task. You can see here. This is the add task, right? This is the add task. Add task. What is the description? We should write. We'll write add the task. Add the task to the list. Okay. Okay. Add the task to the list. Check. This is the first thing. Second point, we'll go for the second point. The second point is make sure task is required. Means when I go and enter this, if I click on add button here, then what will happen? This add button, click on add button, this text must be entered. Okay, guys, this is the description. Let me make it a little bit more way. This is the description, the task, and this is the description. Now the controls. What are the controls is required for this add task? The controls first one is text box, okay, for entering the task. Second one is the button, okay, to add the task. Simple, understand. Forget about this last one. The text box which is used to entering the task is this one, okay, this one. Add button is used to add the task. Second one, validations, because you know that making everything we must have to do the validations. We are now at task one. Okay, validations. First, what is the first validation? First validation is text box is required. Means we are going to say that when I'm going to add a task here, the text box is required here. Okay. Second things, task size, or guys, task size means just understand this is a text box size. Okay, text box or task name. Task size max is 100 car. Means you can max to max enter 100 characters in this text box. You cannot enter more than 100 characters. Okay, we see we can allow any characters. Guys, means we are not going to restrict, people can enter anything. Okay, They can enter at the rate, they can enter hash, they can enter anything. It's up to them. We are not going to restrict any characters. Okay, there is no special characters here. Okay, second thing. Third, got it? Means if you explain this part, we have a text box, we have a button. A text box is for adding the task. The button is for the text box for entering the task. Button is used for add the task. Let me button name is suppose add. Example. Okay. Second thing. D. If I click, okay, let's go validation. Let's go for event. Okay, what is the event? Event means actions. Okay, let me do for the actions. Understand this part, because why I'm writing all this thing. When you are writing, when you're creating any small application also, you have to take care about all these things. What are the controls you are using, what are the validations you are doing, what are the action you are performing, everything you are going to do in this way. Okay, now the actions means, let's go for the button action. Okay, means button action or the add action. Button or add action. Okay, sorry, the add action. In this action we're going to discuss first, if I enter, if I click on the button and if my text box is blank, okay, then display the required error in required below the error required below the text box. Guys, when I click on the button, okay, and if you click on the button, if I click on the button, if the text box is blank, blank means blank or empty, then display the required error below the text box. Means we have to display here the error text box, like is saying that this is required, means the task is required. Got it? The action. Second action. Okay, second action is, if text box is valid, guys, means if text box has entered the data and everything is okay, then display the, okay, then check same task not exist in the list. Okay, what I'm going to say here, what I'm saying, suppose I have entered the task called task 1 and I click on the add. I have to check inside the task list, in the task list, the same task is exist or not. If the same task is exist, okay, exist or not, see, if the same task is exist, so the error as task is exist below the text box. Okay, if I'm going to enter task 1 here, click on add, then once I click on add, it's going to check the text box task exist or not. Then only if it exists, it's going to display the message here called task is exist. Okay, got it guys? The requirement now this is the action for the button. Which button? The add button. When you click on add, these are the things I have to follow. Got it? Now let's see what are other things we do. D. Once the task is added into, once the task is added into list, we have to clear the text box value. Okay, once we suppose you enter value and suppose you enter task 3 here and click on add button, then it check that task 3 does not exist, it's going to add it here. After adding, it's going to clear the data. Got it? It's going to clear the data. Just imagine adding a list, how many things we have to do. Got it? Now I think you're able to understand add task. Now let's go for the list task. Okay, what is list task then? Second part is list tasks. Got it? First is the add task, second one is list task. Okay. Now let me add the description. What is the description? Display the list of tasks. Okay. List of tasks. Which format? We'll discuss the list of tasks in um, in like last in first out LIFO format. Okay, means whatever data we are going to add, it's going to display as last. Suppose you're adding a task, that task should be add in top, means top to bottom approach. Means example task one will add. Suppose task one will going to add, then it's going to be, then suppose adding task one, suppose you are adding another task, it's going to be here task 2, again it's going to be task 3. Means every time new task card is going to add top of the list. Okay, this is the things we have to decide, that we have to decide our top to bottom or bottom to top. These two approach will follow. I'll show you, because why I'm saying that, I'll show you how to add a data top of the list and bottom of the list. We'll show these two approach. Okay, now controls. You got it? First are controls. Controls, what are the controls going to use? First control is, it's going to use the list. Okay, control guys, this is a normal HTML list. Another control, list to display the item in lists. Second one is radio button. Okay, third one is radio button for mark as complete. I'll discuss this one. C, edit button. D, delete button. Okay, edit the task and delete the task. Understand this thing, because you have to fit everything requirement in your mind. Everything are going to maintain, everything going to maintain in this application. Don't think to do app looks like same, but implementing this task is much more work. Okay, now after that, validations. Okay, what validation is, once, first part, once the task is completed. Understand this part. Once the task is marked as completed, okay, suppose I mark as completed, then strike through the text. Means once I click on this radio button, right, once I click on task completed, once the task completed, or click on radio button, then strike through the text. Means we have to put a strike through to the text, that no one, we have to mark that this is got completed. Second one, B, once the task completed, okay, then hide the edit and delete button. Suppose I mark this task completed, that time I have to remove this edit and delete button from this case. We are not going to display the edit and display. Okay, second thing, if I click on radio button, then it should do the toggle. And what is toggle? Let me understand. Subtype I and double I. If click, then completed. If on click, then active. Means guys, if I select this radio button, now it will going to mark as complete. If I again go to click this radio button, now it's completed is not, it's going to be active. Understand? Once I click, active. If I remove, again I click, it's going to inactive. Okay. Once inactive, once inactive, then show edit and delete button. Understand guys what is happening? If I click the button, it's completed, then edit and delete is going to hide. If I click the again click and the again on click, then if I click hide, if on click, then show. These things we have to implement. Now we can get this button is for the like active or inactive. Then mark as completed, this not to be hide. Once you mark inactive, it's going to be display. Right? Got it. Second things. Now you can got it the validations. Okay. Now validation is there. Validation means validation, or you can make it actions actually. There is no validation is there. Actions. Action is the radio button. Okay. Now let's go for the another validation, that is the edit action. Okay, edit action. Once click on first on click on click, then display a modal, display a pop-up where okay, not pop-up, when click on okay, just a second. When click on edit, display the text in above add area. Guys, what is mean by that? If I click on edit, then what will happen? It will the same text is going to go to here, add area, and also second one, display the update and cancel button in top section. Means guys, when I click on this edit, right, now I have to display a text box here. Text box going to display the task one here, right? It's going to display task one, and instead of add, we're going to display edit. It's going to display update and cancel. Got it? Means on click of edit, we are going to change this one. After that, okay, after that, see on update, we will do the same operation as add. Understand this part? Instead of add, suppose here we have update button, right? We have a update button here, update. Once you click on update, suppose we have update cancel button, right? Update and cancel button, update and cancel. Once I click on update or edit mode, right, each need to be do the same operation as add. Okay, operation add means it's going to follow all the things except option add, except adding, except adding need to update the selected items. I understand this part. When I'll go and click on update, it is going to perform all the add operation. Add operation means it's going to check that this item, this is blank or not, if the text is exceeded or not, all the validation. Apart from that, check that whatever updating that is exist or not. But once I click, what happening? We are going to adding this item here, right? Except adding, we are need to update the selected. Whatever item I have selected, that item need to be updated here. We'll do all the add operation except add. Okay, we are going to update it. Okay, now D. On cancel, on cancel, reset to normal, reset to normal. Reset to normal means if you can cancel, it's going to be reset as it is. It's going to be do that one. Okay, now E. Now E is when click on add, when you click on sorry, when you click on edit, then disable all other items. I understand. When I click on edit, that time I have to disable other list. So I have a 10 list also. I'll disable other all list. I only visible this are until unless it's not update or cancel. Just imagine if I edit here, it's active. Again, I'll click edit here, right? Instead of doing that, if I click on edit, I have to disable all the list. Only enable this part. Understand this way? When you click on edit, then disable all other item except selected item. Only apart from this edit, everything should be going to be disabled. Okay. Now, why I'm saying all this complicated, because you have to learn a little bit more about the how the UI is work. Okay. Now, third one is guys the delete action. On delete, okay, okay. On delete, ask for confirm. Okay. Second means we have to display a confirm button, confirm dialog. We are going to ask for the delete. Okay. Now, once confirm, then delete the item and remove once confirm, remove the item from the list. Okay guys, if I click on delete, then what will happen, it's going to remove this item from the list, right? Now this is the basic operation of this one. Now let's go for other part, list task. What are other features we will do? 3 4 data storage. Okay, data storage description. Store the task in memory when user refresh the page also will display the items. I understand. Data storage here. For data storage, suppose you added 3 items. Now you refresh the page. Now in that case also, if I added 3 items, then I need to display all the 3 items. Means on a page refresh also I have to maintain the data. Okay. On the page refresh also I have to maintain the data. Then what need to be do here? Actions. The actions need to do. Then every action, every add, update, sorry, add, add, update and delete, update the storage. Means every time we're going to update any doing any operation here, we have to update the storage. Please see. We have to use local storage for this operation. What is local storage? I'll discuss that is. This is the same. You are using database, right? Same as browser also, we are going to use the local storage as a database operation. Right? See. We'll store data in JSON format. I'll discuss this. I know you already know that, but I'll discuss about JSON format, how to work with JSON inside our application. Okay. Now, after that, this is the basic of local data storage example. Okay. 3, 4. searching. Searching a filter. Filter the data based on requirements. Only requirements, guys. Okay. The controls. Filter control. What are the controls? What is the filter, guys? We'll add a filter here. Once you click on filter, we can able to filter the data. What we can filter, guys? We can filter. First one we can filter is filter by task name. Means if you go and type the name, it's going to display all the task here, right? B. Filter by completed means I can both combine task name as completed status, because when you click on the task is completed, if I mark as include completed also, it's going to search only completed. If I don't include completed, it's going to search everything. If I going to search only completed one, it's going to display me all the completed part, right? Now these two filters we are going to do. Third, fourth, fifth. Language. Enable multi-language in application. Okay, what is the actions? We have to enable the language file. Default is English, and another language English. Second one is suppose French. No, not French. Let me add a Hindi. Okay, we'll use our language only. One is English or use Hindi. Okay, these two languages we are going to use inside our application language. Okay, English is our default one. We can also use the Telugu. Like I'll tell you like how to can use add your own language also. Telugu, Hindi, Bengali, Odia. You can add any language. Okay, but I'll tell you how to use the multi language. I'll tell you these two parts, Hindi and English. Like English is the default one. Hindi we can change. We can configure. Means what is the use of this one, because how we can enable the multilingual for the application. Okay, now like sixth one, final one. Load all the data from server. It means you can see here I am storing the data in my local system, right? I'll tell you how we can go and load the data from the server, means the API part. Description. Suppose you are Java, you are using Java API or using any API. I'll tell you how we can communicate with the API. Okay. Okay. The action is no action as of now, guys, because nothing is required as of now. This is just a API call. That time will this part we're going to discuss tomorrow, but today we're going to focus other part. This is the third. Seventh part is last part, guys. Unit test case. That will discuss, but this is a little bit technical part. We are going to use this unit test case later. Okay. Now let's see, guys. You can see this application looks like a normal text box and button, but just imagine if you're going to analyze the requirement, you can see that how much requirement is there. Let me recap all these things for your better understand. Then we'll go and start the actual real implementation. Now application name is to do, description manage own tasks. Okay, Features is add task, we have to add a task, add task, we have a description, add a task to a list. Then we have a button and text box which is used to add the button text box. Then what happening, then text box is required, the mean length, max length, lot of things is there. On click of the button what need to do, on click of the button what apron need to do, list task whatever going to display in the list, what are the controls are available inside the list, then what are the actions available, lot of things we're going to discuss here, right? I think actions and this edit delete functionality, update cancel functionality, search functionality, lot of things going to discuss in this part. Now before going into uh, our pure Angular, let me discuss what are the tools we are going to use developing these things. First one, we are going to use Bootstrap for UI design. Bootstrap. First, guys, we are going to use Bootstrap. Bootstrap is used for CSS library, which is used for designing the UI. Means this is a CSS library. Two things we are going to use. What we are going to use? Bootstrap is the first one. For designing everything, we are going to use this one. Third one, we are going to use Bootstrap layout designing. Everything we are going to use from Bootstrap. Second one, we are going to use is this is the first tool we are going to use. Second thing we are going to use local storage. Okay. Third, we are going to use a JSON. Fourth, we are going to use the I know people are already work on the Java API, then no Node.js is not required here. This is the three things we are going to use. Any other things we are going to store, we are going to use it. Okay. In later, we'll think what are the tools we are going to use in future. Okay. Now these are the things we are mostly going to use in our application. Now got it? This is the task we are going to complete in 2 days. Okay. And in using this everything, I design in such a way we are going to cover end to end of Angular in this to do application. We are going to use component, pipes, everything going to use in that way. Okay. And one thing left here, it is called routing. Guys, that requirement I'll tell you when going to first complete this part. We are going to tell you the routing part. Okay. Now routing is not here, but routing I will discuss after completion of the to do. Okay, that is just only I'll give the idea how the routing is work, but first we'll go and complete all these things. Okay. Now let's get started with our actual implementation of this Angular. Now let's go focus on this app folder. As of now, forget about everything. Now let's go to app folder. Now guys, once you see the app folder, you can able to see that all these things, app module, component specs.ts, HTML, CSS, module.ts. These are the six file is created when the by default application get created. Now now as of now for time being, just ignore this routing one and ignore this module one. Ignore just as of now. We'll go and discuss all this thing later because this is a just application, right? You have to first know how it's working. Then we'll go and focus on this component part. Guys, as of now, I did not discuss how Angular work, how the use of main.ts, what is the use of this app module, why this index.html is available. Nothing I have explained. I'm not going to explain as of now because if you're going to explain, it will take much more time to explain. If you're going to do the task, then only able to understand how the thing is working. Okay, let's go and finish the create the task. Then only we'll go and discuss about in depth of each and everything. Okay, now Now, as I told, ignore this routing and this app module. Let's focus for this app component. Now, you know that what is this component? App, okay, you know the application, but what is component? Let's go first understand the component. This is the primary concept of a Angular. If you develop any application using anything, if you are using Angular, if you are using React, if you are using Vue or using any framework, the primary concept is component. Now let's go and discuss what is this component, now why this component is required, and what is the benefit of a component. Okay, now let's go. Let me save it. Suppose to do. Guys, look close into this part. Okay, let me go to. Okay, see this one. If you look into this page, it looks like it's a site, right? It's an e-commerce site. But just go and look into the each and individual part. Okay, what is each and individual part? Let me take a screenshot of this one. Then we will discuss this part. Okay, guys, let me little bit squeeze this one. Understand. Okay. Now, guys, see this one. Sorry, see this one. If you see this one, this is called a header, right? This is the header part. This is the menu part. This is the filter part. This is the content part, right? Content part. Now, guys, if you look a little bit more closer, I can say that it is a header section, menu section, filter section, and the content section. If I go and divide everything, I'll tell that this is one of the part. This is part. This means these all are different part. What I'll do now? Let me cut all this part. Okay. Let me cut all this part. Then what I'll do? I'll paste it here. This is header part. Okay. Just imagine this is header part. Same way, I'll go and cut this part. Put it here. And so on, I'll cut this part and put it here. Forget about these other things. Now, if you look into this, I have a clear side, but what I did, I have cut all these things different part. Guys, this different section and different part is called as component. Understand? Means component is nothing, it's a section or it's a block, okay, or it's a area. Understand this way. What I'm saying, I have developed header component, I have developed the menu component, I have developed footer component and the content component. Got it? Now, in this case, what will happen? In this case, if I create this header component, now this is one of the separate component, separate section. Now, if I go and create different component and combine all the component, then I create a page. Look, right? If I say header is a component, menu is a component, filter and content is a component, what I'll do, I'll create separate component and combine all the component and create a page. Now you'll ask me a question. Why I will create a component? First, understand what is a component. Component, guys, simple as a block or a container or a section, right? In a section or it's a column. You can say anything, section. Now, the benefit of using a component is it's a isolation. What is isolation? I tell you. Suppose just imagine you have a class. I'll go a little bit programming way. Suppose you have a class. Okay. Suppose you are developing a class. The class name is suppose website. Just imagine programmatically the website. You know the website contain different section. Let me create different section as a function or method. The function is suppose header, another function called content, suppose menu, this way. Don't forget about syntax. This may be any syntax. I'm writing any syntax. Then talking about this, suppose content. Another one is footer. Understand this way. I can say that all these three are different functions. Functions means they are doing their work. Suppose header is doing its work, menu is doing its work, content also doing its work, footer also doing its work. And if I go and combine everything, it's going to represent the website class, right? It's same as, guys, if you understand, in my application, in my web page, I am telling this is my web page, but this web page also divided into multiple different part, or multiple different function. Just treat as a function, multiple part or component. I can say that header is a component, this is a component, and this is a component, everything is a component. Component, you know that it's a block or a section. Now again you ask me a question. Then if I say header component, suppose I'm saying header component, what is the benefit of using header component? Is same benefit of using a function. Why you are using function inside a class? Because you are doing some group of tasks, right? Suppose, just example, I have a function called add to number, function add. You're passing number one, number two, then you are adding, right? You're adding here number one plus number two. Means I know that when I will call this add function work is going to add to number. The same way, if I'm going to define a header function, header component, I know that I have to do all the header action inside the header component. Means same as if I'm going to create another function called subtract, it is going to divide n2 and n1 and n2, and in this case I want to minus n1 and n2. I know that when I call the subtract, it's going to subtract the things. When I'm going to add, it's going to add the things. Same way, when I'm going to call the header component, it's going to display the header content. When I go and call the menu component, it's going to do the menu work. Means you can see that each and every components is doing their own work and is totally isolated from the each and everything. Understand that way. Programmatically, if you understand the a designing, you have to understand this way. So understand, this is my website, this website is my class. Inside class I have a different function. My function is header function, menu function, filter function, content function, and each and every function doing their own work, right? Same way I can say that it is a header component, menu component, filter component, and content component. Whatever designing, whatever logic I have to write, I'll go and write inside this header only, because I want to focus only header. Because if I don't focus on header, that time I don't care about this menu and other things. If any problem will going to happen, then I will simply go to this function and do it. Same way inside a program, because I know that all are your developers, all you know that how the class and function work. Same way, suppose if anything problem is happening in the add function, then you will go to you will not go to subtract, right? You will go to add function, because you know that this function has a problem, or this function getting some wrong data. Same way, guys, to making a header component, I'll add all the header code here. In future, if anything I need to change or anything I need to modify in this header component, I'll simply go to header component and do it here. In this case, I'm not going to touch any other function. And just imagine, if I'll create a function called, suppose, function all, and in this all, if I go and create all the header part here and content part here, menu part here, everything I'm going to create. Just imagine, if I'm going to change it, I'll be able to go to all and check each and every line of code and going to change it the header part. In this case, to changing one part, I have to traverse everything, right? I have to check all the things. Instead of doing all these things, I can segregate the layout into different chunks or different part. That part called the header component. I hope you will understand. If you compare between a function to a component, then you have to understand the separation. Guys, you will ask me another question. Okay, function is used to do the logical work, right? So add to number, do some kind of recursive, or you can do all any kind of operations, like some logical operation and do. Guys, the same thing also you can do using the header. Means we are going to create header as a component, or header as a function, which also going to create a which is going to create a logical operation for us. But that logical operation little bit different as compared to a function, because function is going to do some operation, return some data. The data returning here, you can return, suppose you are returning string, or you can return a number, right? Or you can return an object. You can return anything. You can return anything, right? The same way, if you compare a function return type to a component, then you know that here, here means in our program, in our Angular, a component return type a HTML. Understand this way. How a suppose this function return type is number, right? Because n1 plus n2 is a number. I can say that this return type is a number. Instead of a number, if I go to return a HTML, it should be HTML, right? HTML not other than is a string, right? It's a HTML string. And that guy is also, if I going to create a component, then component return type, it's a HTML. Means I have to do all my operations here, finally return the HTML. And this HTML is going to display here. Got it? Now this is the use of a component. Now, if you compare between component and a function, you will see that there is no difference. Okay, let me go to the chart. Anyone questions? Okay, someone question Bharat is asking like, can you use PrimeMG for HTML? Yes, okay, I will show you how to use PrimeMG. Nidhi is saying C and D not clear in our task. Okay, Nidhi, I'll explain this C and D when we are going to discuss that task, implement the task. Can we put Tamil? Yes, we will add the Tamil. I told I put Telugu Tamil. I'll show you how to add your own language. Docker, yes, we are going to do the Docker enable, but I'll show you how to enable a Docker, but we cannot go deploy this one. We're going to create a Docker. Can you send me the readme file on the chat? Yes, I'm going to set this. The deployment part with Docker. Yes, we are going to do the Docker one to deploy, but I will create a Docker file. I'll show you how to deploy. Yes, based on the course guidelines should be deployed. Yes, yes. We are going to create a Docker. We are going to create Docker implementation. Okay. Can you use complete feature? Yes, we are going to use complete feature. Yes. Someone said like, okay, component. Can you say like function which has own function or may depend on other function? Okay. Let me go that part. I'll go one by one. Okay. Now, guys, you understand. If I compare between a component and a function, it is a basic example. Actually, the real world is not like this one, but I just compare if you, because you already know programming. Due to that, I told if you compare a function to a component, both are working principle is same, because function is doing some group of tasks, same as components are doing some group of tasks. What is group of tasks? We don't know, but it's going to do some task. Function also going to return some data. It's not void is there, but function mainly used to return some data. In this case, function is returning number. In my component, instead of returning a number or string or object, I want to return HTML. Simple, right? I can return HTML also. Now, what operation I want to do, I can do that. And another part, most important part that someone asked me, can a function call inside function? That's true, because I can call add function inside the substrat function, right? The same way, I can call a component inside another component. Now that part, how to call, what is the use of that one, I'll going to discuss it. Okay, but then imagine once you create a function, the function you can use everywhere. Same way, guys, once you create a component, that component you can use everywhere. It's up to you how we're going to use. Finally, this component is a function. Just imagine that way. Component is a function, and that function we are going to create everywhere, right? But guys, just let's go to another part, because we are focusing on component, which is the basic one. We have to first understand clear about component part, then we'll go understand about all the code stuff. Now, guys, you can see here I am doing the functional part here. Suppose this function also going to do some operation. Suppose it's going to do another complex operation. It's going to do another complex operation. Then what will do? I have to create another function, right? Instead of doing creating function, because I have a website. Inside the website, I have a header component. Now just imagine this is the primary part. Now just imagine header component is doing lot of operations. Now, doing a lot of operation, if I go and create everything in the same thing, now I'll go into this part, right? Just imagine. As I told, if a website is going to do all the operation in one function, this will be more problem, right? Because every time we have to come here and see that everything is working or not. Same way, when a component is there, we are going to write some operation. Maybe the operation may be much more, right? It's going to be much more. In this case, what will happen? Again, it will be problem for us, because if the code going to increase, the maintenance of the function will be maintenance of this component will be more. In that case, programmatically, what we are doing, we are making a component as a class. Okay, understand? We are making component as a class. Just imagine I tell that header component, class header component. Here I am saying it's a function. And why I am saying? Because I want to understand what is a function and component use. But just imagine inside header component also I can return this way, right? Return new header component, class component, right? I can create a class header. Same way, guys, I can create a class, and that class I will treat as a component. And whatever the complex operation I want to do, I will do inside this component. But this component return is HTML. I'll show you. Don't panic. I'll show you all this thing how this is work. But imagine, as I told, header, the component is a building block. Building block means it's a 1111 section, and this section is going to work independently or isolated from other things. Anything I want to change, that change I want to do this component is not going to affect other place. Okay, I hope you able to understand the basic concept of a component. Right, now let's go to the next part. Then what is this app component? Why these files are created? Now let's understand. As I told, a component, when you create a component, that component return type is what? Component return type is HTML, right? Component return type is HTML. Now, whatever code you are going to write, everything is going to display HTML, because browser only able to understand HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Now, every code, whatever going to display in the browser, that data is the HTML code, right? Now, defaultly, my component is going to display the HTML. Now, let's go and understand this first. What are all these things? But you can see that we have a list of files here. Now let's go understand all each and every files in depth. What is the use of each and every files? Okay. Now, when I'm saying I want to create a component, in your mind you have to think that I want to create a section. Remember, I want to create a section. Suppose I want to create a component, then I want to create this site, then a header is a component, menu is a component, all this component. The benefit of this component is the same as a class. Means when you want to segregate your everything in different chunk modules or different operation, how the class is working, right? Each function is doing their own work. Same one, guys, in a website also, if you think your application is a class, in, in this class, all the each and every section is a 1111 function, right? The same way this is going to work. Now when you create a component, you think that this is a section. This section is containing HTML and some logic. What logic we'll discuss later. Okay, the logic. Now let's go how a component looks like in Angular. When I'm talking I am to create a section or component, how it looks like, let's understand this part. If you see this one, when I create a component, it's creating 4 files. Understand what are the 4 files to create the component? Okay, now I'll go and start with the component. Okay, what is the definition of component, guys? Component is a building blocks which is used to create the UI. Understand this definition. If you want to find all definition, go to Angular side, you'll get other technical definition, but just understand a component is a building blocks which is used to create the UI. Understand? Means using the component you can able to create the UI means this section or anything. Now when you creating component contain structure of components. Okay, what are structure of components? Once you create a component contains basically four files. One is HTML files, two is CSS file, three is code file, four is test file. Discuss. Understand this, guys? When I will create a component, my component contain a basically four files. One is HTML, which is for design. You already know that. Code, CSS for style. Code for logic. Test case for unit test case. Understand? Because why we are creating these four things? Let me first understand these four files. Then we'll go and discuss. We'll go and create a component. Okay. Now, guys, look into this header one. This one. Which one? This top one. Let me open in this case. Here you can see that here all the controls. It may be a image, text box, button, links. We can design each and everything using the HTML. Right? HTML is the only way we can design all these controls. Right? But the styling part means the background is blue and here the text is a little bit blue and is the white. All these things we have to do in CSS. As I told earlier, if you remember, everything is going to happen using the CSS and HTML. Due to that, when you create a component is going to give the HTML which is used for design the page. Design means it's going to give a option where you can add all the controls. Okay, now CSS which is used to style the controls, right? And second thing is code. What is code? You'll ask what is the code, guys? Code means, suppose, just example, if I go and type here something, suppose apple. This apple search, where it's happening? It's happening in the header one, right? It's not happening in the here, it's happening in the header one. Means the operation, the code, when you type the apple, what will happen? All this code is going to happen where? It's going to happening in this header one. Means the on typing what need to do, when I select what need to do, everything is happening in the header component. In this case, all my logic of the my code logic, everything going to happen inside the code file, right? And what is the test case file, guys? Because you all are developer, you know that test case is used for test case the component. Same as you are using Java or .NET for writing a unit test case, same as we are also going to write the test case for our application, right? Test case for the component. But how you know that which is the HTML file, which is CSS code file? Let me go and understand the file naming convention for each and everything. Just example, our component name is app component. Okay, now the component, suppose the component name is app component. Just giving app component. Now understand this four part. What are the file need to be created? Okay, I understand this part. Now guys, the HTML file we're going to create is going to create the file name, the component name app, because of our component name is app, right? Component app dot component dot html. Guys, component is the, every time if you're going to create a component, it's going to create a component. Okay, and the component name is whatever component name you are giving. Suppose I am giving app. Suppose if you give xyz, it's going to add xyz dot component dot html. Okay, now style, same as it's going to add this prefix every time dot css. Okay, now for code dot ts, guys, ts is typescript extension. Got it? Here unit test case file dot spec dot ts, spec for unit test case and dot ts for TypeScript. Already you know that ts stands for TypeScript. Understand this part, guys? When we create any component, by default Angular creating this four file structure. What is the use of each and every structure? I already discussed, right? But HTML, how you know the HTML file? The component name is app, then it's know that app.component.html. If it's CSS, app.component.css. If code, app.component.ts, just case app.component.ts. Let's back to this folder. If you see this app folder, you can see that here we have same type of structure there. I have app.component.html. We are not going to discuss the content. app.component.css, app.component.spec.ts, okay, then app.component.ts. These four files are creating inside for a component. To create a component, then you have these four basic files is required. Okay, this is the structure of an Angular. Now let's go and discuss why this app is created, why not other one, and what is the content inside this each and every one. Okay, now we'll discuss little 15 minutes. We'll go for the lunch break. Once you're back, we'll go and discuss our main concept. Okay, let's go and overview this component part. We'll go for a lunch break. Okay, now guys, let's go to first file. This is called HTML file. Let's go to app.html file. Then you can see that once you run the application, you can see that this is my output file, right? This is my output file. Now I can able to see all these things. What I'll do is they have written some HTML syntax here that I don't know because this is the default one they created. What I'll do, I'll control or remove it. I'll remove all the app.component file HTML. Just simple write welcome to Angular. Okay, now save it. Once I save, you can see that. Let me see it's running or not. Running. You can see that it's displaying welcome to Angular. Okay. Now we'll show how it's displaying. We'll discuss that part, but just see that this is displaying welcome to Angular. Now, in this case, this is the page. This is the HTML page. We can go and write our own HTML code. Suppose, let me write it down. I'll put it inside the strong. Suppose I'll write a strong tag. Strong tag, you know that? Strong tag, let me write h1 tag. All know h1 tag. Let me h1 tag. Suppose, welcome to Angular workshop. Okay, you can see that, guys, displaying Angular. Okay, this is the things we are able to understand. This is the Angular workshop. Now whatever you will add here, it displaying there. Why displaying, we'll discuss later. How displaying, display later, but just imagine this is the page where you will go and add the HTML syntax. Okay, now let's go to the CSS page. As I told, when you create a component, that time by default create a CSS file. If I go to CSS file, you can see that it's blank. There's nothing is there. Suppose I want to add a CSS, but if h1 is there, I want to change the color to suppose red. Now if I save it, you can see that it's going to display the color as red. I'll discuss because it is a basic CSS syntax. I know it will be confusion for you, but I just showing you. I'll go and discuss everything in depth in later. Okay, just imagine we have completed two things. One is HTML, CSS. HTML for designing, CSS for styling. Now let's go for code file. Code file is app component.ts. If I go app component.ts, you can see that this is your files. But you can see that lot of things written here. What is component, export, title? We'll discuss this all these things in the later of the classes. We'll discuss all these things. Okay. Now these files, which files? The ts file, actual the code files. Okay, these are all the code files, all the code content here. Now let's go to the last file, that is the specs file. If you go to the spec file, you can see that this is the unit test case code. Now it looks like a little bit complicated, But don't think about all these things. This is very simple one, but there is some syntax is there to do all these things. This is our test case code. We'll discuss this test case code tomorrow, because these are the things you have to understand what is before each all these things. But forget about this as of now. Now you can see that when I want to create a component, create a component, that time all these things are getting created. Okay, all these things are getting created, right? Now, how these files are interconnected, I will discuss after lunch, right? I'll show that how the files are interconnected and how the files is working independently. But let me understand this part. Suppose when I create a component, that time we are creating these four files, right? Now let's see how to create our own component. Okay, by default we are creating this app component. That is okay. But suppose I want to create my own component. Suppose I want to create the header component. Just example, I want to create a header component, or I want to create a to-do component. How to create to-do component? Let's go and use that one. Suppose let me go and create a component. In the same folder, I want to create a component. So guys, as I told, this Angular is a CLI programming, means command line interface. Everything you want to do is a command only. You cannot, there is no specific GUI to create a things. You can create it, but it's difficult. But there is a command is there. Using that command, you can write your program. Okay, now let's go for that. Let me create my own component. Okay, let me create a component called ng generate component called to do. Okay, let me explain. To generate a component, okay, right, generate own component. Guys, this app component is created by default. Okay, we are not going to do anything here, but must understand this is a default created. Suppose you want to create our own component, because you have to create your own block. Suppose our component name is to do. To create a component, the things will be ng. You know what ng stands for? Angular generate. That generate is the used for generate. Otherwise, you can use the short command called G. I use G, right? Then I want to create a component. Then I simply write component. Otherwise, short command C. Okay, who is going to write all this long command, right? I am using the short command. Then component name. Guys, if I'm making this less than greater, if adding less and greater means you have to see that this is the dynamic one. You have to give your own name. I'm saying that I want to create a component. That component name is to do. Just imagine to do. Once you type ng generate to do, okay, ng generate to do, then click on enter. It's going to create a component for me. We'll see how the component looks like. Then we'll go and discuss other part. Okay. I hope people are able to understand this part. Now you can see that once I create a to do, just ignore this update part. Just focus on the create part. Create is saying that four files got created. You can see that four files got created. What are the files? It's saying that to do component HTML, specs, TS, and CSS. These four files are created. If I go to this app folder, you can see that there is another folder created that is called to do. If inside the to do, you can see that we have four files. One is HTML files, okay. Another one is CSS files, another is specs files, and we have TS files. You can see that we have different files here. Now the questions, okay, these are the different files. How these things are interconnected? How the things you know that okay, for this component this is my HTML, for this component it is my CSS. How know that it is specs? How we know and go to use this one? How the application know that all these things? Okay, these things guys will discuss after the lunch. But I told you now. Let me recap whatever we cover. I have discussed what is a component. I have also discussed what is the you when you creating any component, what are the files are generating, what is the use of each and every files, and what is the file's name, and I discuss how to create your own component. Okay, later we'll go and discuss one by one component using the different life cycle. Okay, now as you know, like last time we will discuss about this component creation, right? How to create a component and how to use this one. Okay, and what we're going to do now, we'll go and understand this little bit more structure of this one. Okay, now let's go to the main.ts file. Okay, we'll understand this how this is working. Means when you run this ng-serve, then when I'm running this application on browser, how it's displaying the page whatever we have designed here. Okay, now let's go and do on this part. Now let me run this application. You can see that our to do application is there. Okay, now it's displaying the content. Now why this content is, how this content is displaying. Okay, now let's go understand the execution of an Angular, how Angular is execute. Guys, let's go to the main.ts file. Now as I told earlier, we have two important files in our application. One is main.ts, another one is index.html. Okay, now first understand what is the use of main.ts. When any application, any component, anything you are writing, any code you are writing inside the Angular application, all the application is going to start from this main.ts file. Okay, understand? When anything, it's not only this one, anytime our any code we have written inside this app folder, the execution starting point is main.ts. Always remember, main.ts is the starting file where is going to application going to start. Okay, means when my application open the browser, inside the browser, my execution of the application is going to start from this main.ts. Okay, now let's understand what is this main.ts. I know that in any program there is a main function, right? It may be Java, it may be C Sharp, any application, that is a public static void main. The function is there, which is the entry point of your application, right? Any programming. Okay, same way in Angular, the main function is main.ts that you can find inside the src. In src you have main.ts file, right? .ts is stands for ts typescript. I'll explain what is this import, all these things we'll discuss, but first understand how this thing work. If you see the line number 11, you can see that it's saying that platform browser dynamic, bootstrap module, and app module. Just ignore all this thing, only focus on this app module. Okay, first only focus on this app module. If you are able to see my screen, right? Okay, thank you. Okay, now here what happening, only focus this app module. Now when the application start, okay, when the application start, that time it's going to call the app module. Now we'll understand what is called app module. Okay, now let's go and goes to this app file, app folder. Inside that we'll focus on this app module file, app module.ts. Now you can see that there is some code is written. Forget about this code, whatever they written, just forget about this code and only focus about this part, app module. Okay, this is the app module, and in the main.ts we are also using app module, which is the class, two class we are using. This is the class we are declaring here, and this is the class we are using here. Okay, now when application start, this main.ts file calling the app module file. If you go to the app module file, the app module file is saying what are the component I am using. Forget about this tag, what are they using, just focus on this part. I am saying that in my application, I am using all this component. Means you have to register your component. Means suppose you know that you have a, suppose a public, in a code writing public static void main, right? You're writing in Java code or any code, main function, and inside that you are calling the code, right? You are suppose initialize a class or you are doing any kind of operation, it's up to you. This main function, I can tell that this main function is the this main function, and The application going to start from one class, right? This is a modular approach. I'll tell you what is modular approach, but understand main file is the main function as your Java. Inside there, you know that you are going to call any class, right? Suppose my class name is app module. My class name app module. What will do? App module object equal to new app module, right? Then you are going to call the functions. Okay, means obj dot something. You are going to call. This is the pseudo code. Okay, forget about this one. This is it's not actually valid, but this is the code you are going to perform in the Java. Guys, same thing. If you compare, the same thing is happening inside this Angular. Just imagine the main function is main.ts. Just imagine bootstrap module is the function which is the main function, which is calling which class is calling the app module class. Same as if you go, if I compare these two here, you can see that my function name main function is comes to bootstrap module function. In bootstrap module function, I'm creating the object of app module. Same, I'm passing the app module. Means when application got start, it's calling the app module. Again, this app module itself a class. Then this app module is going to create its own functions and own methods, right? Same way it's going to call in that way. Means first I'll go for this app module, then app module is going to call its own thing. Now the question is, why this name is app module? Why this name is not simple app or anything else? Why this name is app module? Guys, Angular follow the modular approach. I tell you what is a modular approach. In Java, you are creating a different class library, or that library is called as different like jar file you are creating, right? And that file you are going to reference to your application. What is the use of creating that one? The use of creating that one means when you're creating any external library or external module, means whatever, because you are segregating your code, right? Suppose you are developing one application and that application contain in your API layer, one database access layer, one entity layer, one business logic layer. You can define n number of layer. Why you are creating n number of layer? Because you want to create the application more decoupled. Decouple means nothing going to related to each and everyone, each and going to run its own like library, own object, everything is own, right? Okay, same structure is followed by Angular. Because just imagine, if I show this application to you, just imagine how big the this Flipkart site, how big the Amazon site, and you can see that lot of large site available now market. You can see day to day life, we are seeing a lot of large website. Guys, if you don't go for a modular approach, the problem is maintenance will be more, right? If you don't go for a modular approach, then maintenance will be more. My What I'm saying here, suppose I am in a product page, I will create a product module. Suppose I am in cart page, I will create a cart module. Suppose I am in home page, I'm going to create a home module. Means module is a logical separation of your data, right? Suppose how we are creating a different layer of application library. Same as in Angular, suppose you want to create an application, that application by default a modular application. So everything we are going to create inside a module. Now guys, you understand the why the use of module, because module is going to create the loosely coupling to the different layer. Now by default, Angular giving us a default module. That module name is app module. Means this module is going to be your primary module for your application. Same as suppose you are developing Spring Boot application, you are developing .NET Core application. Your primary application you treat as this is the app module, where you are doing all your HTTP calls, all your like defining all your, like you can say that all your anything, any controllers, any API endpoint, whatever defining. Just imagine that is the app module. That is the primary module for your application, right? Now, each and every Angular application that contain a default modules, okay, that contain a default modules. Same way guys, you can see that we have first when Angular create a application, that time they are creating a app module is the default module. Now you have another question. Okay, what the module content? When I define a module, what the module is content? Let's tell you what is a module content. The module as of now, for an example, it's contain a component. Because just imagine, I'll tell you one thing. I'll let you draw something, you'll able to understand what is the module should be content. Now, let's take example. This is our website. Okay, this is our website. No, no, forget about this one. This is our page as of now. In this page, what we're going to do, we are going to display all the products. All the products. This is for all products. Okay, all products. Now guys, after displaying all product, if I click on one of the product, now it's going to another screen, right? It's going to another screen. Now in that screen is displaying the product details. Displaying the product details, right? Means if I click it here, if I go there, it's displaying the product details. Now guys, you can see this one. In this case, all, sorry, this is all product, sorry. The all products, and on click of this all products, okay, in click of this all products, we are going to the product details. And product details, you are also going to display product details. Same as suppose I am in this page. If I click on this page, it's going to open a new page and displaying the all the product is the details view. In this case guys, if you compare between these two, this page and this page, the component is different. Means in this page we are displaying one normal view. If you go to open details view, you can see that we have a slider here, we have a add to cart, we have more information, we have a rating, lot of things available here, right? Now guys, in this page my component is different. In this page my components are different, my section is different. Due to that, what I'll do, I'll create two module. One is I will create a product module, I'll create another product details module, because I want to create two different totally separation. Because when I am on this page, on click of this page, then I'll going to load these product details, right? In this case, in this page I have different kind of section, right? If you compare to this page, you can see that it's totally different. In this case, what I'll do, I'll create two modules. One is product details module, another one is product list module, right? In this case, product list module contain this component, and product details component is contain this component. In this case, I tell that each and every module contain a component. Means in my module, app module, I have a default component called app component. This app component is the primary component for the application. For each and every Angular application, app component is the primary component. Inside this component, you are going to render all the component. Now ask me question, why this app component is primary? Guys, let's back to the site. Guys, if I if I told you, okay, this is a component, all this component. But if you remember, initially I told the questions, if it initially I told like if you're going to combine each and every component, then only it's going to create a web page, right? If you see this one, combination of a multiple component making a web page. Same way guys, making a web page means this each and every component is going to place somewhere, right? Then only going to create a component. That's the reason app component is the primary component. Means everything you want to display in the website, you have to add it here. It may be tag, it may be your component, anything. Everything is going to add it here. Means component is going to add into module, then module going to display the component. Okay, this is the way it's going to work. We'll discuss everything later. What is the use of import, provider, all these things we'll discuss later. But as of now, you have to understand module is a segregation of like how you're creating a layer, and that layer is going to call inside this main.ts. Where the main.ts is going to call, that time it's going to add, it's going to display the content. Now also you're going to ask me a question, okay, in my application I have a two component. One is app component, another is to do component. Then how the app module know that I have to display this app component, not to do component? Why it's not displaying to do component? Now guys, you can see that line number 18 is called bootstrapped. If app module is saying that which component is our primary component, two things you have to mark it here. One is primary module, Another one is primary component. Main.ts is saying that who is your primary module, but this app module is saying that who is your primary component. Suppose I have to do, I have this to do an app component. Suppose I want to change to do app component to do. Now to do is my primary component, means I have to display to do as a default. If I save it, let me show that it's going to display or not. You can see that it's displaying, nothing is displaying, there is no content. Means I'm saying here, when you are adding any component, the bootstrap matters. Bootstrap means is saying that app component is the primary component to display. By default, app component is there. You no need to change anything. It's just a component. Okay. Now we spend a little bit more time on component description, all these things, but let's go and discuss and design the component. Okay. Now our primary component is the to do, because we are going to develop the to do application, right? We're going to develop the to do application. Let's go on first design the to do application. Guys, you can see here, this is running which component? This is running the app component. Before going to do, let's discuss about the index.html file, because this is the main one. As I told, for code perspective, main.ts is the entry files. This is going to be compiled our code and display the code, display the logic. But after compile the code, where to display? The display part is index.html. Index.html is the file, okay, which is used to display our content. Means if you see here to do app, right click and go for view source, you can able to see that this is our index.html file. Now if I open this index file, you can see that doc type, this is a basic HTML syntax, right? And you can see that its title is to do app. You can see that title is to do app. Same way you can see all the code and everything here. Okay. Now but you can see line number 11, something they have added called app root started, app root end. Okay. Now we'll discuss this part, what is the use of app root. Lot of things we want to discuss, but before understanding this part, we have to first understand the code of a component. How the component, you know that what is the component content, but we have to go and understand this component structure. What a component, what is this address, what is all these things, we have to first understand this part. Okay. Now let's go to this app component ts file. Guys, in app component ts file, you know ts stands for TypeScript. Okay. Now let's go and understand this part first. What is this? What is this import? We'll discuss import later, but first understand component. Guys, at the rate component. Now we have to understand what is this at the rate component is there. Means, as I told, every component it's a class. If you are going to develop any component, if you want to add any component, each and every component it's a class. Okay, it's a normal class. Now tell me what is a class. Before going that, let's go and learn a little bit more about the TypeScript and JavaScript. Okay, now we'll explain everything this one. Okay, but before going that, we have to understand what is class. All these things we're going to discuss. Let me create a folder, guys. Here, let me create a folder called, sorry, new folder. Let me create the folder name is suppose JavaScript. Okay. I'll learn you a little bit more about JavaScript. If people don't know JavaScript, this is the basic things you have to know. Suppose let me create suppose app.js. Okay. Now let's understand what is the JavaScript, how the JavaScript syntax should be written, and how you should be know what is the variable declaration, for loop, while loop, do loop. You have to understand. You know, because I'm not going to in depth of that JavaScript, but you have to know that basic of a JavaScript syntax that is going to help you to write the code. Guys, C Sharp or Java, these are the type safety language. Means that when you declare any variable or anything, you must have to specify the type of the variable. Like example, suppose variable. Suppose you are talking about variable. Suppose in the Java, you want to declare a variable. What will do? You will declare int. Suppose age equal to 20. Same way, suppose you declare a string variable, you write string name equal to suppose Angular, right? This is the way you declare a variable in Java. This is the Java, or I can tell that this is the Java, sorry, or C sharp declaration of declaring a variable. But guys, in JavaScript, there is no concept called as a data type. Means this is not a type safety language. JavaScript is not a type safety language. Means you are not going to define any variable with a data type. Means I cannot define here int is equal to 20. It's not a valid syntax because JavaScript does not contain any type of data type. Now there is a problem, right? If there is no data type, then this is a object type. I can able to add any type of data, right? Now let's understand how to declare a variable. Okay, to declare a variable we have three way. Okay, what are three way? We have to use the var, we have to use the let, we have to use the const. We have to use the const, but each and every one is used different. But let's go and understand this part. To declare a variable we have to use var keyword. Var keyword is used to declare a variable. Okay, means where suppose I will define age equal to 20. Means you know that age is a variable which type is you don't know, I also don't know, but value is 20. But guys, in stronger type programming language like Java and C Sharp, before declaring any variable, we are define the data type. Then only we are going to assign the value based on the data type. But in case of JavaScript, what happening? The data type is going to assign based on the value. Means the assignment of data type is dependent on the peer on the value. Means here we know that name should be contain string because name is a string type. But here the problem is the age we are defining is saying as a number. But if I go to change the name to 20 here, as a, suppose if I change the name to suppose Angular, then you can see that age become a string. Means based on the value the data type going to be changed. This is the one of the changes if you compare between a strongly type to the JavaScript. First got it? Based on the value data type going to be assigned. Okay, now let's go to next part. Suppose let me assign 20 here. Now I know that age is a 20. Again, if I go and say age is a Angular, this is also possible because as I told, here you can see that age is displaying number, but it is a string because in JavaScript when you declare a variable based on the value only the data type going to change. Here you can see that this is a number, but again it's a string. Okay, again it's a string. Same way guys, if I go and say age is equal to false, then you can see that it's a boolean. Got it? Same again, if I go and age equal to array, it's now array. And say again age equal to object, it's now object. You can see that same variable based on the type, the data type getting the value, the data type of this variable getting changed. This is the like changes. This is the beauty, you can say beauty or disadvantages of the our JavaScript. Means based on the value now you can change the value based on the value the data type going to be assigned. Okay, now you can see that this is the problem, right? Problem means I'm saying that age should be a number, but due to age is giving flexibility, you can change any type. Like suppose you are expecting your function going to should pass a number, but you are again changed to string, your function is not going to throw an error because this function you can pass any type of data. Example, let's this is a data type variable. Okay, same way we can also define a variable using the let keyword. Let name. Guys, let and var both are equal. The difference is only one difference. I'll tell you later. But just imagine using the var. Using the var, you can also declare a variable. Using let also, you can declare a variable. So let name equal to Angular. Same way, you can change the name to suppose 20 course. Name change to course. Same way, you can change anything up to you. Now let's guys another variable declaration called const. I think able to know that what is the use of const. Const means it's a constant, same as let. Difference is constant. We cannot change the constant. Suppose called suppose fee equal to suppose 2000. Now the fee you cannot change to 3000 because it's a constant. You cannot change to 3000. Okay, because fee is a constant. If you do that, it's going to throw an error. But in variable, we can change the value as much as we can. But in case of const, we cannot change the value. Once you declare means it's a declare. But the question is, what is the difference between age, what is the difference between sorry var and the let? The guys, as of now, we are not going to discuss that much depth, but understand you have to understand that var is a global variable, whereas let is a scope variable. I'll understand what is a global variable or scope variable later of the class, but as understand var when you declare a variable using the var, it's a global variable, and the let is a scope or local variable. This difference I'll show you on example, but as of now, just remember these two part, var and let example. But going forward, we are going to use let only. We are not going to var. Okay. Now guys, this is the simple declaration of a variable inside the in the javascript. Same way, after variable we learn, we have to learn operator, right? In programming you are also learning operator, right? You know already operator, plus operator, minus arithmetic operator, and operator, or operator, less than, greater than, divisible, multiplication. I think you already know all this operator, right? The programming operator, you already know that this is the operator we can use inside application. Third one, the conditional statement. Guys, conditional statement you already know that. If else, if suppose fee equal to 2000, what I will do, else what you will do. This is same as C syntax, or I think in Java also we are doing the Java, C sharp, any programming also we are writing the same if and else, right? If and else programming. Okay, same ways we have if and else if you know else if also, right? If else if same as our C and C++, right? Now go to switch case. Okay, switch case, you already know the switch case. Switch, we can pass the switch here, suppose pass p, and we can compare case, suppose 2000, what we will do, and you know everything we have a break. And same as we have multiple case. I'm just remembering all the syntax, you'll not find anything then default. I hope you people already know about this thing. How can perform arithmetic operator on age? Okay, arithmetic operator means, guys, suppose you have two number, suppose let number 1 equal to 10 and let number 2 equal to 20, right? Suppose let sum equal to n1 plus n2. Got it? I think if already people know all this arithmetic operator when you're learning the Java on C sharp, anything you see also, you know that this is the use, right? Arithmetic operator.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, yeah,
Actually,
present.
we have age in different data types, right? So if you
Yeah.
use age instead of n is equal to 10, so if you use n is equal to age, and if you perform the operation arithmetic operation, how can we set the values for this? Means it's a
A,
number type, it's a string type. How can we perform
yeah,
that
that
addition?
will show. Suppose this addition, suppose this is your suppose it's abcd, the abcd, then it's a concatenation. Okay, will have to be 10 ABCD will come. Why? Because addition, you know that plus operator is used to addition the two string, addition the number, right? Addition with number or a string. It will be string, it will be going to concatenation. If a number, it's going for addition.
And
Okay, arithmetic.
what if
Yeah,
let n3 is equal to false? Then what will happen?
yeah. Let me show that one first.
Yeah.
Just a second. Let to go to inspect and go to console. We'll do it here. Suppose let n1 equal to 10, let n2 equal to abcd, and let n3 equal to false. Now let's sum. Okay, suppose n1 plus n2 plus n3. See that. Now everything they are
Okay.
treated as a string only. Okay, this way you can do all this kind of stuff, right? Like suppose if a n1 n2 is a number, it's going to do the number. Now if you're going to combine other things, they are going to treat this one only. This is you can explore. Okay, you can do an explore, you can define the variable, you can do all the explore, whatever you want to do, you can do that. I just told you how to write the code there. Okay, now
Okay,
this is
sir.
the way you can do the operations. Now guys, switch case, you already know that switch case will pass the operation, we will pass the case, we will pass the options, and you have to do all the case check, whatever you're going to do that. This is the basic switch case. This is the if else, already you know that if else, or if and if nested if also you can do that. Let's go for loop, right? What are the dependent loop? We have for loop, while loop, do while loop. You are all are using this one, right? Now let's go for loop. Suppose I want to display 10 to 1 to 10, then simple for let I equal to 0, let I equal to 0, I is less than 10, I plus plus. You already people are using this kind of loop, right? Sorry, I equal to 0. Okay, this kind of we are also using I equal to 0, I less than 10, I plus plus. You are also using this one. Let, instead of let, you people are using int, right? Integer I equal to 0, I less than 10. While loop guys, same way. Suppose let suppose count equal to 0, while count is greater than 10, then do, then count plus plus. See, you already know that this syntax, simple syntax, same as C syntax only. Guys, same as go for the do while, sorry, do while count greater than 10, and you have to do count plus plus. Okay, this is the way you can able to write do while for loop and all these things, right? Okay, then this is the basic of this for loop and while loop. I think you people already know these things. I am not going to spend much more time on this. And let's go and discuss about little bit more thing about that, how to declare an array and how to declare an object. This is the and about the functions. Okay, these three are the basic importance of like JavaScript. Then we'll go move to the TypeScript part. Okay, now guys, you know that suppose you're declaring an array in your Java or C Sharp, you have to declare this type of, like suppose names, and you can define the value here, right? Or you can define, suppose you define your value n1 and so on, right? But guys, here there is nothing like that. Okay, to define a array in JavaScript is very simple. Guys, the array means here, that is in, suppose in Java or C Sharp, you declare an array, you can have to give the size of an array, right? Size of an array means suppose you can give 5 or 10 or something. But if you go for the list, it may be linked list, or it may be array, suppose normal list, you can know that it's a dynamic array, right? Dynamic array means we can add n number of items to an existing array. There the size is not fixed like list. By default, the array in JavaScript is a list. Means there is no fixed size. You can add more size, you can remove the more size. This is called dynamic array. Means dynamic linked list means it's going to be add multiple item dynamically. To define a array, suppose I want to define a number of edges, then I suppose number of numbers, nums. Then what you can define? You can define a variable name. Let is used to define a variable. The variable name you can simple add the square bracket. The square bracket is used for the define an array. Suppose I want to add define the number. Suppose I will add here 10, comma 20, comma 30. Same way, right? Means my number is an array, nums is an array which contain the four items. Same way, guys, I can able to add the items. How to add an array, like how to add the items, how to remove the items, we'll go to discuss when going to implement this thing. But just remember, to define an array we have to define the this way, the variable name and the square bracket. How to add and remove, that I will discuss later, but just understand this part. Okay, now guys, in other way, suppose you want to define an object. Okay, object in a normal class object which contain an attribute as well as a function. Now same way, to define an object in JavaScript we have to use the curly bracket. Suppose I have to define an object called employee, emp, then I have to define a curly bracket. The curly bracket is used to define the object. Object contain a member variable and member function. Let me define a member variable. Suppose let me define, suppose a name equal to, suppose name equal to, suppose angular. Sorry, I define this way, name angular, variable name, the member variable name, colon, the value. Same way I will define another member variable, suppose called age. Suppose age called 20. Suppose, sorry, define another variable, suppose called address called, suppose, Hyderabad. Same way you can define the different this type of object. Means this is the employee object and this is the different attribute inside an object, same as a class. Suppose you define a class contain different attribute or different property. Same way you can define an employee class contain a different attribute, and each and every attribute there is a value. Okay, this is a name variable, value is in a string, age, address. This way we're going to define. And finally we're going to discuss about function. Okay, guys, just know this syntax and actually implementation I'll show you when going to develop the application. Okay, now let's go for the function. What is the function? You already know the function or method, whatever you can say that. The function is used to write to do a some specific task. Let me create a function. To create a function in JavaScript we are using the function keyword. Now this function keyword is used to define a function and function name. So function name, let me go try to add. Now this add to the function variable. This is the round bracket to define a function. Then we have to start curly bracket end, which is the scope of the function. And let me define one sum variable which is 20 plus 30. Okay, means I have defined a function called add which is going to add two number, and this is the basic one. Finally, suppose I want to return this sum, then you can simply go and write return sum. You already know that return statement is used to return the value to a function. Then add is a function, add when you're going to call the add function is going to return the sum. So I want to call the add function, simply go and call add. It's going to display, it's going to execute this function. Same way, suppose I want to parameterize the function, then I can pass the parameter here. I can pass n1 comma n2. I have two parameter here. I'll pass n1 plus n2. Got it? Simple parameter I am passing, function parameter. Now same is going to do that. This is the way you can create a function. Okay, guys, these are the basic JavaScript code. To start a JavaScript, you must have to know this thing. I'm just recap all these things that you have to, when writing the code, you must have to know that. Guys, apart from this function also, now let's go and discuss about a little bit more about the TypeScript. This is the JavaScript code. Okay, now we'll go and discuss about the TypeScript, how TypeScript is going to looks like. Okay, now as I told, the TypeScript extension is .ts, right? TypeScript extension is .ts. Now whatever going to write a TypeScript is going to extension ts. Now first understand why this TypeScript required. because the same thing we can able to do using the JavaScript. Then why TypeScript required? Guys, TypeScript is developed by Microsoft, and this is the superset of the superset of JavaScript. Means it's actually doing the same JavaScript code, but they are just giving some different type of abstract. What is the different features? I'm going to tell you. If you go to our primary example, you can see that if you see this example, you can find that based on the value, data type going to be changed. Means a user can able to pass any type. The result may be wrong, result may be anything, but user is able to pass the type because JavaScript is not a type safety language, right? In this case, what will happen? Now we cannot specify the type. We know we have a type. It's a number type, it's a string type, it's a boolean type, it's a array type, it's object type. But JavaScript is, we there is no concept called a type. Now, what happened? Microsoft developed a new language called TypeScript, which is specially used for define the type of a variable or type of a class or type of anything whatever defined inside the JavaScript. You want to declare a type. Tell you. Suppose for about other things, let me define here. Suppose I am declaring a variable, and that variable, let me I am declaring a variable. That variable I want to specify it's a number. Then what I'll do, guys, I'll define a variable using let. Let is a variable, let is a using the let, suppose called age, and I'm specific age as a 20, right? But here what I'll do, I'll going to assign data type called number. Means I'm saying age is a variable which type is a number and value is 20. Okay, you can see this is the pretty much same as int age equal to 20, but syntax is variable name and colon the data type. What is data type? You want to specify the data type. But guys, understand one thing. In C sharp or Java, we have a dedicated type for a whole number as well as a fractional number. Suppose integer or big int or big integer or big int is specially used for integer type whole number, right? For fractional number, you are using float or decimal, right? Float or decimal for the fractional number. But in case of JavaScript, there is no concept of a float and decimal point. Means decimal data type. Means there is only data type called number. Means number can store big int. Number also can store small int, like 32-bit integer. As well as number can also store the whole number as well as a fractional number. Means this age now looks like a whole number. If I go and type 22.33, now it's a fractional number. Means the same number type is going to store the multiple type of the number. It may be floating point, it may be whole number. Got it? There is no dedicated type for the number, dedicated type for the float and the integer. Both are same type, is called number. Number, it may be whole number, it may be fractional number. Got it? Now I can do it. I have, you can see here I have declared a variable called age, type is number. A same way, if I go and define type equal to suppose Angular, it's going to throw me an error. It's showing me an error. What is showing me an error? If you mouse over here, it's showing that type string is not assigned to type number. But you can see our older example. In this example, you can see that here I can assign age to Angular, but I am not getting any error. Why not getting an error? Because this is just JavaScript. But in case of TypeScript, what happening when I am assigning a number to a string or string to a number, then it's going to throw me an error. Guys, this is the TypeScript. Means TypeScript is same as your JavaScript, but difference is everything you can go here, you have to declare a type of the variable. Let's go it. Suppose you want to declare a function. Suppose I am declare a function, same function called add. Now in add, what I am going to do, I want to add to number. Now you can, if you see this example, I can pass n1 and n2. Okay, in n1 and n2 I can pass to 10 here, I can also pass false here, right? Because there is no changes, because it's not, it's an anonymous type, it's any type. But in case of this function add, you can see that I, before declaring a variable, you have to specify the type. Suppose I will specify n is also a number and n2 is also a number. In this case, I want to let sum equal to n1 plus n2. Suppose I want to return the number, then I have to specify return type. I have to specify return type also a number. After a function, you have to specify return type. Suppose in a function in a Java, you have to you writing. Suppose int add, then you will pass int n1 int n2. Then inside the code, returning the returning sum means defining integer as a return type. Here, if you don't specify the type, if you don't return, it's a void type. You all know that. If you specify the integer type, means this function must be return some value, right? In this case, I'll go return sum. Got it, guys? This is the way we can add the function. To call the function, if you go and call the function add, I can pass 10. If I going to pass false, it's going to throw me an error because it's saying that false boolean is not assignable type of number, right? Got it? Means if you see this JavaScript and the TypeScript, the difference is in JavaScript we are not specifying the type, and TypeScript we are specifying everything as a type. That is called the TypeScript, guys. Okay. Now I think a
Sorry,
basic, yeah.
Ranjan, sorry to interrupt you. Can you go for .js file or .ts file? In line number 19, uh, after declaring the function n1 number, comma n2 number, you inherit the number class. Here, I cannot understand 19 line actually. This one.
No, 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 no. Let me understand. If I go for this function, okay, let me go here. Okay, let me call the function called R2. Okay, just example. In the JavaScript, if you see this app.js file, I have n1 and n2 two argument, right? Because we are not defining any type here, parameter. But in this case, we can pass a 10 also, I can pass a false also, I can pass a string also, right? I can pass anything here.
Right, right.
Because
I know.
we are not defining the type. But
Type.
here I am saying I am defining a function, the type is n1, n2, but I am specifying the type. I'm saying that the type n1 is a number, n2 also a number. In this case, if I go and pass 10 and false here, it's going to show me the compile time error, right? Okay, this is the boolean value. Got it? Means I'll show you how to define a type of a argument also inside using the TypeScript. Got it? Now, guys, this is the basic things. You have to learn only one thing. Whatever you are doing in JavaScript, same thing also you're going to do in TypeScript. The one thing you can do extra is in the TypeScript, if you're defining any variable, any functions, anything you're defining, you have to specify the type of a value. Okay, to specify what is the type you are passing and what a type you are using. Okay, now let's go and focus on this component part. Okay, let me go and paste it here because I'm going to share this code all of you. Now ignore this export as of now. We'll go and discuss about export later, but just focus on the class, guys. Same way how we are defining a class in Java or C Sharp, the same way define a class, we have a class operator, class keyword, class and class name, and you have to write your code. Now, as I told, our application contain an app component. Okay, this app component is a class and this is a class, but top of that you can see that we are using the component decorator. Lot of syntax were written here. Now let's go understand what is this component and what is the use of selector and template URL, lot of things. Now if you guys see this thing, initially I told when we are creating any component, by default there's 4 files getting created, right? TS, specs, HTML, and CSS. Now we'll understand how these files are interlinked each other. Means how the compiler know that this CSS or this HTML belongs to this component or not. Okay. Now, guys, in Angular to define any component means any kind of component you want to define, you have to use the component decorator. Guys, this is a decorator, means it's making a class as a component, because everything in the everything in Angular it's a class. It may be component, it may be module, it may be anything. is treated as a class. Everything is a class. I will explain what is the use of class later, but just understand everything in Java in our Angular is a class only. Okay. Now, then how we know that this class is a component or not? Understand this part. How you know that this class is a component or not? Guys, to understand this class is a component or not, for that reason, Angular is giving us predefined decorator. Decorator means it's a metadata for this class. Means I'm saying that if I'll go and use at the rate component in top of a class, then this class is belongs to a component class. Means to make a class a component, then you have to use the at the rate decorator. Same as guys, if you are a Spring Boot or .NET developer, you know Spring Boot, we are developing any controller. That controller is going to extend from somewhere, right? Then only you know that this is a controller. Inside that you are writing all the get and post method. Same as in the Angular, I have defined a class. How I know that this class is a component or not? For that, there is a predefined decorator metadata is available called component. Other component makes a class as a component because I can define any class, right? Because any class is not a component class. To define a component class, we have to use other decorator other component, which is the predefined syntax which is given by Angular, which makes convert a class to component. But let's go understand the inner one. What are the things there? This class contain this attribute. The component contain this attribute, basic attribute. What is attribute? First is selector, template URL, and style URL. We'll discuss selector lastly. We'll go and discuss about the last, and let's focus about these two part. Let's go understand what is template URL, guys. As I told, when you create any like any kind of component, by default HTML file created, right? Then how the component know that who what, so when this is going to call this component, right? How it's know that what is the HTML file for this component? Then for that reason they are using the template URL. Template URL is a syntax which is used to define the HTML file. Means you can see that I'm defining app.component HTML. It's saying that this is the HTML file for this component. Same way, guys, I have to specify what is the style sheet file for this component. Now you can see that it's saying that app.component CSS. This is the style sheet file for this component. Now you can see that two things have been linked. One is HTML file have been linked, another file is CSS file got linked. But only specs file got late. That is not required because specs file is going to run independently. There is no link with this component. It's just a test case execution. Due to that, we have three things is important. One is TS file, HTML file, CSS file. Then you see that in this here, template URL is going to define the HTML file for the component. Style sheet URL is going to define the style sheet of the URL, style sheet of the component. Same way, if I go to the to do component, if I click on to do component TS, you can find that template URL it says that to do component HTML, style URL to do component.css. Got it? Two things. Now let's focus on the selector. First, we understand what is a selector. Okay, guys, let's back to the our normal HTML syntax. Let me create one HTML file. Okay, we'll understand this part. Let me create one HTML file. Suppose app.html. Okay, now let me add the HTML file syntax. Okay, now guys, I'm adding here paragraph. Okay, or I'm adding, suppose let me add here h1 tag, simple one h1 tag. Hello. Guys, when I'll open this application, just a second. See this one. See this hello. Where is hello content? Because I am written this hello inside this h1. Now let's go to the view source. We'll understand this part. Means you can see that in this case I have added a h1 tag here. Means browser know that when I will enter a HTML, when I'm going to add one h1 tag, it's going to display this way, right? Suppose here instead of h1 I'm going to write, suppose, italic. I stand for italic, right? Just as of now, you can see here it's going to change to italic. Means, understand guys these things. If you understand the core part of a web application, you have to able to understand now the selector part. Means, this I, this h1 or this h2 or h5 or strong tag or deep tag, any tag you have to know in HTML, all these tag are predefined, right? Predefined means, if I go and write something called hi inside the strong, means browser is going to create a strong element here, right? It's a bold element here. Means somewhere inside the memory, somewhere inside this browser is written the code, right? If I go and put something inside the strong, it should be displayed as a bold. If something I'll press inside the I italic, it's going to display as italic. If I going to say, if I going to add anything inside a h1, it's going to display a little bit bigger. Let's understand this way. In this case, you have to find the one thing like this, this AI h1 strong, all this tag is going to exist inside this browser. Let me do one thing. Let me write one tag called, suppose, suppose uh, test. Test. I'm going to write high test. Are you able to see anything? Because all of you know that test is not a valid HTML syntax, right? All of you know that test is not a valid HTML syntax. Means when I go and write a test syntax here, my browser is not able to understand the test, right? Means guys, browser only understand those HTML tags which tag is present inside the browser. I understand these things closely because this is the important part. As a web developer, maybe full stack developer, you must have to know that how the tag is work. Means when I going to add IH1 strong tag, then a browser inside the memory they know that okay, H this is the H1 tag, this is the hello, this is the I tag, this is the strong tag. Based on that, I'm going to render the data. But when I add a test tag here, means all of you know that test is not a valid HTML tag, valid HTML tag, and it's not going to work. Now, this is the origin of our PrimeMG. Sorry, this is the origin of our Angular component-based development. Means whatever you are going to add here, this tag is going to convert the content, right? Suppose if I going to add hello, this I tag is going to convert this tag to italic. If I going to high inside the strong, this high, strong tag is going to convert this high to bold. Same way, if I going to create a component and that component name is header, then I will add going to add a component here. The question is, whatever tag I going to define here, the tag must have to understand by a browser. But things is, if I going to give my name here, test, suppose if I going to give, suppose, Srinutech tag here, browser don't know Srinutech tag. Suppose you are going to give your name also, browser don't know your name also, browser only know this standard HTML syntax. Guys, the things will be, now we are going to create our own syntax or own tag. Understand that part. Means how the strong, means just imagine if you're a developer, or imagine strong is a predefined tag. Predefined tag means someone is there to write the code for strong, right? Someone was there who is write the code for strong. The same way, if you are going to define a component, we are going to write a code for that component. Then when run that application, browser know that okay, the test is a HTML tag. Guys, this is the same as your selector. Means selector is the HTML tag representation. Means whatever selector you are going to give it here, this is treated as a element is treated as a tag, same as your I tag or h1 tag. Means I can say that app root is a HTML tag. Okay, app root is a HTML tag. Then what app root is going to contain? Whatever app root is going to add in this HTML file, that all the content is going to display inside the app root. Understand guys how this is working? Means you have to compare between the predefined tag to your defined tag. The only difference is strong is defined predefined, that is okay, but uproot you have defined your own tag, and that tag what is going to display? This is going to display whatever you have added inside the HTML. Means I can say that this is a function you are calling, and inside the function the return type is the HTML. Guys, for that reason you can see that if I go to this index.html file, here they are using app root. Means this is the primary component for the application. Means this is the way you can use the root. Now I'll ask me a question, how browser know that app root is there? That is the use of the Angular. Angular is giving a such mechanism. Angular is going to convert this tag to the HTML tag. That part we are not going to discuss as of now. But so imagine this is the custom tag whatever going to define. Then selector is the area where you're going to define your own HTML selector or HTML tag. Okay. Now same way guys, if we go to this to do app, you can see that this is also going to contain the selector called app to do. This is not a selector, this is just HTML tag, right? This is the HTML tag. Now we'll go and understand how to use this HTML tag. I hope you want to understand the selector part, right? Selector is same as your HTML tag, but these tags are predefined. Now we are defining your own tag. Got it? Now this part you're able to understand this part. Now whatever going to add, this is the tag, this is the template, this is the CSS, and this is my code. Whatever going to add the code is going to work it here, right? Now due to that, if I'm going to add anything inside this here, when I run the application, it's going to display me that one. I'll show you the inspect element. Let me go and click on inspect. And inspect is used to inspect the HTML, all the browser stuff. Inspect. If you click on element, you'll see the structure. You have to see one thing. I have a app root, right? App root is the primary root. This app root contain h1. Why h1? Because app root is the app root syntax, and this is going to contain the h1 tag. That's the reason it's displaying the h1 tag here. But this app root is not a HTML syntax, but this is our browser syntax, right? This is our Angular syntax. This syntax is going to handled by the Angular itself. Okay, we'll discuss other thing later in depth part, but as of now you are able to understand how to define a things. Now guys, the things is like app root is our primary, sorry, app component is our primary component, means by default it's going to run it here. Now the things will be how we can go and display this component, to do component inside this page. Now for that reason, what will go, please go to this to do component, copy this selector. Selector is the main part of the any Angular application because this is the actual tag. Go to this component.ts, component.html, and here you have to just paste it as a tag. Understand this way, you have to use as a tag. Means I am just using that this is a tag containing another tag. Means same way inside a div you can add another div. Guys, same way one component I can add another component, right? Because if you know the HTML syntax, a div also you can add another div. Inside div also I can add a paragraph. Paragraph also I can add a strong. Same way I can do lot of things, guys. Same way I inside a component, this is a component. Inside component I'm using another component. Okay, use a component, this is a tag you have to use. Let me save it. Once you save, you can see that displaying to do works. Why displaying to do works? Because if you go to this HTML, you can see that it's displaying to do works. right? This is the way you have to display the component. I hope you people will understand the basic of a component. Now let's go and focus the other part, that is the how to do, how to develop our own part. Own part means, guys, whatever we have discussed that time, right? Let me save it. This to do app. Okay, this to do app we are going to create as of now. Now let's go and create this component, enter component. Guys, before going into component, let's go and divide this component multiple part. What is the multiple part, guys? Now you can see that we have a list here, right? We have a list here, we have a add here, and there is a lot of operation going to add the latter. Now first design this stuff, then we'll go and add the functionality. Now what we'll do, I'll create another folder here. I'll create suppose called suppose folder is there. Okay, no, not required, let it be there only. Now guys, I want to add another component. What is the why am I adding the component? I want to make this header part totally different. This header need to be totally different. For that reason, I want to add another component called ng generate component. You know, ng generate component is used for generate the component. Then suppose I want to add the component called suppose to do add. Okay, to do add, simply click on plus. Now it's going to create a to do for me. It's going to create a add component for me. Let's see. Okay, you can see that to do add component got created. Now we'll go and use this to do add component. Guys, understand this flow. To do works is used inside the to do works. We are going to add to do list, to do search, lot of things going to add. Same way, let me create another component called ng generate component to do list. Understand this part. To do list is going to, it's for the list of operation. Okay, now got it, guys. When you're developing an application, make sure that you have to proper plan the component. You can divide any application to n number of components. It's up to you how you will go and organize your application component. Okay, now let's go to this part. Now to do is the main. Inside to do we are going to add to do our to do list. Now let's go to do. Inside to do, what I'll do, I'll add a div. Okay, I'll add a div. Then suppose I want to add to do add app to do add. What is app to do add, guys? This to do add is the to do add component. I will go to do component. You can say to do add component, right? Now same way, I'll add another div. I am not focusing, guys, any CSS anything. We're going to focus CSS later. After completion of all the functionality, we'll go and focus the UI. Then app to do list. Okay, now if I save this one, you can see that I can able to see to do add works, to do list. If you see the structure, you go to inspect, and if you go to element, you can see that app root is the primary one, right? App root is the primary. Inside the primary we have an app to do. Inside the app to do we have an app to do add. Inside the app to do add we have an app to do list. Same way, guys, you can able to add a number of component here, right? This is the structure. Now we'll go and focus on the add one. Okay, now as I told, in the add part, what we're going to do, we're going to add a text box. Okay, if you see, we have a text box and a button. Okay, for that reason, let me add a text box. For text box, we are going to use input. Input is used to add a text box. Same as we're going to add a button, suppose called add. Forget about everything, UI, all these things, save it. Now you can see that I have a text box, I have a button. Now on a click of add, I want to add the item. That is different part. Forget about this thing. Now same way, if I go to the to do list, I have to display the list of item here, right? I have to display. If I go and display, the list of item here. Okay, list of item. Let me save it. The list of item. Now, this is pretty much about our UI. Forget about this styling part. Styling, we are going to integrate the bootstrap later, but just imagine I. Now, what guys you want to do when I click it here and click on the add, I need to first get the data, right? First on click on this content and click on add, I have to first get the data, whatever data I am entering the text box and get the data. That is the first part. Then we'll go and discuss about binding part. Okay. And let's back to the to do part. We have to do ts file here, and you can see that something is written here ng on init. Ignore as of now. We'll discuss that lifecycle path later and implement something there written. Forget about this thing. Let's go and focus on the HTML part. Today we're going to focus on the HTML part. Tomorrow we'll go and start the coding on this individual stuff. Okay. Now, guys, now I have a text box, right? I have a text box. I want to access this text box value. Now suppose whatever I will enter here, that value I should have to get. Okay. Now let's learn about the data binding part. Okay, and understand data binding part. What I'll do is, let me define one variable. I'll define a variable, and that variable is going to store the value of the text box. Because same way, suppose when you're writing a class, suppose you want to store any value, you want to define a variable, right? What I'll do here, I'll define one variable, and that variable is going to store the value of the text box. Simple one. Now, let me define a variable. So, our variable name is suppose task name. First example, task name. And define guys, define a variable here. I am not using let. Why I am not using let? Just understand one part here. Because inside a class you cannot use the let and const. You can only define a normal member variable. Member value doesn't contain any kind of let and const in the JavaScript. Just a variable name. By default it's a let only. Okay. String equal to blank. What I'm saying here, I'm saying define a variable which is store the task name. Simple one. Means this task name, whatever I will going to enter here, that going to store inside this task name. Okay. Now clear. Now guys, the things will be, if I go to do component, means this input where it's going to change, that time only we are going to get the value, right? Now then what we'll do, we'll go again, we will handle the change event here. When typing key press event, going to type it, then again get the value, bind the value, do lot of things. Instead of doing all these things, there is a concept called data binding. What data binding? Let me tell you. What I'll do, I'll go to this form module, app module, I'll add another module called form module. Guys, to work with any form this data, then we are using the form modules. Okay, this is the predefined modules is given by the Angular to work the form modules. Now let's go, we'll discuss all these things modules, how to create your own modules. I will discuss all this later, but just understand this way. Now guys, what I'll do, when anything getting changed here, right, I need to capture the data. That is the most important part. Then only I can, because until unless if I don't get this text box value, then how I can go and do that, how I can go and perform the operation. Okay. Now first we'll go and access the value. Now you know that this to do value is we need to store inside the task name. Then guys, what I'll do here, I'll write a function called ng model. Okay, understand. I know that it looks like a little bit complicated, but first we'll go and understand one by one. What is this ng model? Guys, ng model is a predefined attribute or predefined property is given by the Angular, which is used to bind the data to a variable. Means if I bind the ng module to the input, and what happen if any time the value is going to change here, that value is going to bind to a variable. Means I'm saying that for this input, this is my model. This is my model means if I change anything, the value of this input is going to add the task name. Means if I want to display the task name value, I'll show you later, but understand this ng model one. If I going to say now, no, okay, ng model is a attribute which is used to bind the data of input inside a variable. Means when I'll go and enter some value here, that value is going to store inside this task name variable. Now you will ask me how I know that task name is going to store it. No, let's print that variable. Okay, whatever value we are going to enter here, let's go and print that variable. Guys, now you know that the task name is a variable. Task name is a variable, right? Now this task name, it's a dynamic variable, means it's coming dynamically. To display any data dynamically, we have to use the two curly bracket. Understand? In Angular, to display or bind any dynamic data inside the HTML, then you have to use the tool curly bracket. It is called the property binding. Okay, that is called the data binding. In this case, what will do? You have to pass which variable you need to bind. Suppose I am to pass the task name variable I am to bind. Means when the value getting changed here, automatically data going to display here. Means this two curly bracket is used to bind the data or display the data in HTML. Guys, let me go and run it. Suppose let me enter here Angular. You can see, guys, when I enter the Angular here, the data is going to change in that place. Got it? Means this is the simplest way you can go and bind a data inside this. Guys, use of this curly bracket, round bracket, I'll discuss later, but don't everything whatever I'm saying we'll discuss later. There is a use case for that. We have to first understand the use case, then only we will be able to understand this curly bracket, round bracket concept. But you have to know that this is a syntax which is used to bind the data to a variable. Okay, now I think you're able to understand this curly bracket. Curly bracket is used, two curly bracket is used to bind the data. It may be any data, it may be variable, it may be object, anything you can go to bind into your HTML. It is called the data binding. Now what happening in this data binding? If I go and change, what happening if I go and change this data, this whatever I will enter here, right? This data is going to store inside the task name, and due to the task name is getting stored the value, and if I go and put the curly bracket inside task name, it's going to display the data here, right? This is the way we can go and create the data binding operator. Now let's go discuss other part. Now you got it, data binding. What is two data binding? I'll be able to understand this part later. If you're able to understand these two concepts, then we're able to understand what is two data binding. Now guys, now I hope you're able to understand how to access a data of a text box. Guys, this is just a one step. We are going to learn n number of steps to access a data, but as of now, just understand this is a text box, and we are able to access the data using the task name. Now that is okay. The variable contain the data. Now what will do? This task name is going to store the whatever data we will enter, that is going to store inside the task name. But our objective is, if you go to our initial stage, you know that on click of the button, we need to get the value. Then only I'm going to add the list. Right? Now understand these things. Understand these things, how we can go and add the how we can go and click the button that is called add. On click of this button only, we're going to display, we're going to access this value. Now guys, in the JavaScript, in the Angular, to add means you are going to click the button. You know, the click the button is called event, right? Suppose event means, suppose I am to click the, I am typing here, it's also event. Click a button also event. Mouse are also event. Screen like small and maximize also event. Lot of thing, it's everything is event. You can see each and everything whatever doing inside the browser, it's all are one events, right? Now let's go and understand. Now let's go and understand how to do that event inside the application. Means, okay, means when I click on the button, I want to access this value inside my code. Okay, now let's go and click the button. Guys, to click, to handle, to get a function, click function, we have to write this code called click. To add a function, button click, you have to know that we have a round bracket. Round bracket is used for the event. Understand this part, don't forget. When I am using the round bracket, you have to first understand that round bracket is for the event, but button event. Now guys, you know that click means and get the access the data. In this case, click means I have to call a function, because when a button click, that time only I have to do something, right? Means based on a request something is happening. In that case, you want to do some function. Let me suppose function add. Suppose add task. This is a function name. The add task is add task. Okay. Now when I click the button, that time I want to call the add task function. Understand this way? When I click the button, that time I want to call the add task function. Where the add task function content? The add task function content inside this code. Got it, guys? How it's working? Means I have a button. The function is click. On a click of this button, I want to go for call the add task. This add task is a function. Now it's our place. We can do everything inside that. Let's go and display the value, guys. Now, same way in the Java and C Sharp, you want to display something in the console browser or any output, you are writing system.out.println, right? And in .NET, you are writing console.writeline. Means these two are used to display the data in the console. Same way, guys, if you want to display any data in the browser console, then you have to use the syntax called console. Syntax called console. Console.log is used to display the data inside the browser log. Where to display, I'll tell you. Now what need to display here? We want to display this dot task name. What is guys stand for this? You already know that in programming language this stands for current object, right? Now this is belongs to this class instance. Now this dot task name means I want to access this task name. But I know that in the Java, no need to use this. If you're using this also, that is okay. If you don't use this also, you are able to access a variable and a function. But in JavaScript, if you want to access any variable or any function of a class level, like class member variable function, then you have to use this variable. Now got it, guys? What I'm doing, I have a text box, I have a button. On click of this button, I want to show the data. Where I want to show the data? So data I want to display the console. Where the console? I'll tell you, guys. This syntax same as system.out.println, okay, and same as the .NET console sorry console dot write line. Okay, these are the two functions same as our Java and C Sharp to the our JavaScript console log. Now where need to display the log? Let's go and do things. Now guys, let me enter suppose 1, 2, 3, 4 and click on add. I am to display log, right? Nothing where displaying the log. For that reason, go to right click and click on inspect. If you go to inspect, you can see that you have n number of tab available here. First is the element tab, which is going to store all the, which is going to display all the HTML element. But other one is called console tab. If you guys go to the console one, you can see that when you click on console, if you click on add, you can able to see that I can able to see 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Suppose let me call as suppose task one. Task one, if you can add, you can able to see that this is a task one. Right. Now you easily know that how to define a in, then how to button click, how to access a data. And console.log is used to display the data in browser console. To access a console, you have to go for right click inspect and click on the console. It's going to display the console, right? Now our objective is completed. Means now whatever data we are going to add, that data going to be displayed inside our browser, right? Now, second part is, after adding this add, guys, we are not going to fully cover whatever it means. In ng model we are not going to do, because you can see that you have written task size max is 100 character, we can only all characters, text box name is required. All these things we are going to do tomorrow, because this validation required, you have to learn new stuff to do the validation. But let's go and do all this stuff. Okay, now once click on this add, you want to display the data here. Now guys, understand two things you have to understand first here. First is, we have totally two different component. One is the understand, to do is our primary component. Inside this to do we have adding to do add and to do list, and to do add is happening inside here. List is little different. If you see the syntax, you'll find that, okay, you'll find that this is a to do list and this is a to do add. These two are totally different component. Means whatever I'll add it here, the same code is going to, the same data we need to pass from this component to this component. Understand this, guys? When I'll go, because to do add is doing all the add work. Understand, this is add work. Means when I add it here, I need to pass this task name from this component to from this component. Then only I can able to, then only I can able to add the item inside this list. Right, this is the basic principle you have to do. But the problem is here, to do, if this is the one component, then I can do that, right? If the to do and add happening like having the same UI structure, then I can get the task name, I can simple add into the list. But due to these two are different component, then how I can pass from this component to this component, means from add component to list component. Guys, this is the main concept we have to first learn. This concept is called component communication. This is called component communication, means how we can communicate between two components. Okay, I hope you will understand the basic stuff of like how we are accessing the data and how we can display that. Okay, now you understood our problem, right? The problem is like this add one and the list one is two different component. Now the problem is, when going to add this one here, same time we are going to send the data to the list. Now how we can go and send data from this list to here? This is our requirement, right? Now guys, now let's understand the component communication. Now how, if you have a multiple component, how we can communicate from one component to another component, right? Now if you see these two component, first you have to understand the relationship between the two component. Now you can see that I have two things to here. The to do add component and list component, these two are the separate component. But this separate component is added inside the one component that is called the to do component. Just look into this flow. Add and to do, these two are different, but this add and list is adding inside the to do, right? You can see that inside this to do, this add and this list are what? These two are the two different component. I can say that inside this to do, this add component and list component is a child. Got it? Means to do is a parent component. Inside this to do, add and list is a child component. That is okay, right? Because inside the to do you are adding these two component. Means in this case, this is a parent component and this is a child component. Example, suppose we have a function. Okay, same example, we have a function, and inside a function I am calling another function. Suppose calling function x and call function y. I can say that footer is the parent function. Inside the function I have two sub function. This function I can call as a child function. Okay, same way inside the to do, due to I am adding this, add and list is two different component, I'll say that this is the parent one, this is the child one. Now what need to do, I have to pass the data from this component, means child component, to parent component. Again, from this parent component to I want to pass the data to this list component. Means flow will be like this way. If I draw these things, you will be able to understand this part. Okay, let me draw. We have, this is called the to do component. Okay, this is called the to do component. To do component. Inside to do component we have a two again component. What is that component? One component is called as the one component is called our add component, right? This is our add component. Now another component is called our list component. Let's understand this flow, then you're able to understand what the how data is going to flow. Now all the operations I'm doing, add. Again what will happen when click on the button, then what I'll do guys, I'll send the data from add to, I'll send data from add to do. Then again the same data, just a second, I'll pass the add to do. Again the data need to pass to do to list. Understand this flow. Then only I can able to get the data. Means whatever I'm going to add, that data I will pass to the to do component. Then again from to do component I have to pass the list component. Means first one, from this parent to, from what I'll do initially, I'll pass data from child to parent, then we'll pass data parent to child. There are two communication. If I say to do component is a parent, to do component is a parent, then I'll say that first I'll do from add, which is child. Okay, from child to parent, parent is to do, right? After that, what I'll do, whatever data I'll receive, then I'll pass parent, which is to do, to child. That is called the list. I got it. This is the flow. Means from we have to go from add to parent, add to child, add to do to list. In different way, I'll pass the data from parent, this child to parent, again from parent to child. This is called the component communication. Guys, component communication is the most of the important part of our component. Okay.
Sir, can we pass the data directly to add to list?
No, I'll go in there. Understand these things. Understand these things. If I go and write the code here, okay, let me go to our function here. I'll define one function. Okay, just simple function. Now what I'll do, I'll define function call, suppose here to do. Example, this is our to do component. Okay, to do component. I have two different component called function called add component, and I'll call another function called suppose list component. Understand? Forget about these things. These are the two components. Now in to do component I'm using add component. Okay, I'm using add component. Inside the function also I'm using the list component. Means by default they are render. Okay, Now suppose after the add component I am getting the value called var x. Suppose var a task name. Now this task name I am to pass to the list component, right? This is the things we have to do. This is the thing actually I am doing, but the things will be, this is not a component organized way, but this is just a way. But what I'll do in add component, guys, imagine this add component only gives the data when I click here, means the data coming from this function is dynamically, then only I can pass this data this function. Until and unless I did not call this function, now I cannot pass the data. Just imagine that way. Means this task name will call when I click the button. It's not going to call every time. It's going to click the button. That time it's going to come. Then only I can pass the data. But the data is going to change based on the each and every click. Maybe your data going to be changed, right? Now, first thing is that we cannot pass this data directly. We have two function calling. Now, when the data is going to receive, that data we are going to pass this function. Okay, because data is coming dynamically. Data is not statically. It's event driven. Means when I going to click it here, then only I going to pass the data. Then what I'll go? Suppose after the add component, suppose I am performing the click event. Now after click event, I will get the task name. After the get task name, pass this task name to parent. What is the parent? This to do. Means, guys, if you're going to do this, this is the function. To do component, I have to click the event, get the task name, pass this task to parent. Means I have to pass the task to the parent. That's the dynamic event. How to pass the different stuff? It's going to pass the event. After the pass it, now receive the task name, pass this task name to list. Means I have to store a variable, that variable is going to store the value, then I have to pass it. Okay, I have to pass when task name received bind into the list. This is a basic flow diagram. I know that this is not looks like the way, but this is the basic. I have to click the button, pass the data to the parent. Once the parent receives the data, then only we're going to pass the data to the list. Okay, for that reason why I'm saying parent child all the time, because you have to understand the this is work that way, because this app add and app list is child to this to do component. Means this is a child and this is also child, but what happening, whatever data I receive from this component, whatever data I receive from this component, that value I have to pass it here only, right? This is my uses. Now let's first go and understand how to pass the data from a child component to parent component. Means from add component to this parent component, to do component. Then once we receive the data, then that data we have to pass from there to here. Yeah, whatever you ask, anyhow, how we can pass, because we have to receive the data, then receive the data, we are going to pass the data here. Okay, now let's go first access the data and pass it here. Okay, now because let's understand, once we click the data, on click on add, we have to check that the data is existed here or not, because we have to do some operations. For that reason, after getting the data, we have to do some kind of list operation, and that data we're going to display here. Right, now first do the same part. What we're going to do, let's understand. Guys, if you go to this to do component, right, sorry, if you go to this add component, let's first understand what we need to do. Now I am doing component communication. First understand what is component communication. Component communication means I want to pass the data from this child to parent. Means I want to send the data. Guys, send data means you out the data, right? You want to out the data from this component to outer component, outside the component. For the reason you want to out the data from here to there. That's the reason you have to define a output. at the rate output. At that output is used to send the data from this component to outside component. Now let me tell you, this output is used to out the data from this component to outside component. Understand, guys, what I'm saying here? I'm saying that when I'm saying output means because this task name you are going to out from here, right? Because this is a separate component, but this data we require in this component, list component. But the things will be how you can pass the data from here to here. For that reason, we have to out this data from this component to outside component. Once this is the outside component, we'll capture it and bind it. Okay, now let's understand. Here the output is called as a event. Understand, it's called an event. Output is called as an event. Now what event? Suppose let me create a function called output name called on add. As example, on add. Forget, you can give any name, on add. Now what you guys you want to do, on click of this button, then I want to send the data. I want to out data. What into out? You need to out this task, right? Then because if I out something and the out should be contain some data, right? Now data is task name. Now what is the type of this task? It's a string type. Now let us do that. New event emitter. I understand. What is the type of event emitter? It's a string type. String type. Okay, just string type. You have to understand this part carefully. I told that I want to create a output. What output, guys? I will say that on click of this button, I want to out some data. To out some data, we have to use the other output and the name of the what you want to out. The value is different, but you can define n number of out inside a component, right? Then you have to define a function, define a variable called on add. Means when someone is going to click on the button, that time on add is going to be fire. When output is used for the define event, but to send the data, we have to use the event emitter. We have to use the event emitter. Event emitter is a predefined class in Angular which is used to send the data to the. We're going to broadcast the data. We're going to send the data. Guys, don't confuse between output and event emitter. Output is a tag which is used to. I'll tell you. Output is used to define out the data from one component to another component, but this output is going to send the data via event emitter. Event emitter, I think from name you are able to understand, which is emit the event. Emit means we're going to send the event. Now I have defined output called on add new event emitter. I have defined type here. Why type? Because which type of data I am to send. If I don't specify type, that is fine, but I'm saying that I am going to event the, I am to send the data as a string type. And you know that this less than and greater than, you people already know that it's a generic class. Okay, if you don't know generic class, I will explain this class later, but if you know, that is well and good, but otherwise ignore as of now. Like the generic class, you know that you can pass a type as dynamic, that is called a generic one, generic template, right? Now I have defined output. Now on a click of this button, I have to because this is I have declared, but I have to send, right? I have to send the data. To send the data, what I'll do, I'll go this dot on add dot emit. Emit is used to send the data. Emit, what you need to emit? I have to emit this dot task name. Means I'm saying that on click of a task, I need to emit the data. What data I have to emit? I have to emit the task name. Guys, I have enabled the add here, but the things is here, after you add, okay, this is the code, right? After you add, now you have to handle. Suppose you are a function. Now just imagine this is a function called add function, on add function. Once you create an on add function, okay, but this on add function must have to handle, right? You have to call the function, then it is going to execute. For that reason, we have to first call this function. Guys, call this function. If you remember, we are using the square bracket. Square bracket, you know that why we are using to handle an event. That's the reason I'm saying that I'm creating a custom event that is called on add, and which is going to fire when someone going to click on the button. Just imagine that way. This button click, but I am firing another event that is called on add. Guys, for each and every like event, we have to create a function. Let me go and write a function called handle add. Okay, handle add. Now this handle add, I have to pass here. Understand this is what how this is happening. Now just imagine the flow. In to do component, I have created a function called on add, and I am emitting the data. It's going to emit, but when sending the data, someone is there to receive the data, right? To receive the data, we are adding here the on add as an event. Guys, this is called the event. How we are doing the click event, same as I am creating my own event called on add event. In on add event, I am creating a function called handle add, which is going to handle the add. Let me go and write here console.log. Suppose um, uh, add clicked. Okay. Now save will understand the things. You can see the if I go to console, if I click on something and click on add, you can see that guys we are able to see add click. You can see that, but the problem is where is the data? Because whatever data we are passing the task name here, that should be will receive here, right? Otherwise how are we going to access the data? Must we have to access the data. Now how we can access this task name in this function? Now as a parameter, go here. Guys, in Angular there is a predefined keyword is available which is used for access the event data, that is called the $event. Okay, this is called $event. Means $event is the predefined keyword which is used to access the event argument. What is event argument? You can see that in this function my argument is task. This task should be stored inside this $event. It's a predefined keyword. Predefined variable exists in, like in Angular, which is used to access the event data. Means when I click this, when I send this task name is going to store inside the dollar event. And to access this one, let me create a variable. Suppose task name is called string type, and I can able to see the task name here. Able to task name here, right? Let me go and save it. I can see that it's if I go and types 1 2 3 one thing, you can add, you can able to see where it's happening. Is happening in compo to do component. See the flow, how you can got it. We have emit here. Output is used to create a custom event. Also output custom events. Okay. Same way, I have defined a custom event that is called onAdd, which is to define a custom event. We have to define the output. Then the type is event emitter. We are going to pass string data. On click of button, we are going to emit the data, right? Once we emit the data, now once we emit, we have to handle the data, right? To handle the data, we have to create a function. That function is I am going to use onAdd. This add is here. I am handling the onAdd here. Guys, it's just a function callback. You are calling a function, you are emitting a function, handling a function. Okay. Now handle add. Now handle add is getting another variable called $event. $event is the predefined variable in the Angular which is used to access the event argument. What is event argument? You are passing here the task name. You can pass anything. Whatever passing here, this data going to handle by this event argument. This is called a $event. Now you can know that or access that. You can define a variable, and that variable going to access here. Got it? We're going to access here. Now this is the way you can communication between a child to parent.
Ranjan,
Yeah.
I want to know about dot emit function. You are right here.
Yeah. Yeah, no, no. This part I'll discuss later because this is the life cycle of the Angular. All these things I'll discuss. But let's first do all these things. After we completion of this basic input output, I'll go to this explain about the on init, what is ng changes, all these things I'll discuss. Okay. This is the there. No issue. I'll discuss everything. Okay. No
No
issue.
no, I my question is from डॉट इन emit फंक्शन जो आपने अभी ऐड करने के लिए लगाया लास्ट में कंस्ट्रक्शन के नीचे, यानी उसमें टू डू कंपोनेंट में लगाया आई थिंक सो, इवेंट ये
This one or this one?
नो 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 नो, गो अनदर, go down,
TS
this 27 line on that page, 27 line, yes,
emit one.
dot,
Okay. Okay.
yes.
Okay. Okay. Emit. Okay. Let me understand this part. Okay. Thank you. Okay, what I'm saying here, like I have defined a event. Okay, the event is called on add. Okay, the type is output. Now, new event emitter, I'm saying that it's a event emitter. Right? Understand what is event emitter. Let's first understand this part, event emitter. Then you'll be able to understand the part. Draw something. Guys, suppose you have button here. Okay, you have button. This is called suppose click me. Right? This is there. And you have a function here. Okay, so function called handle click. Just example. Just imagine on this click I want to call this function. Means if I go and click it here, then only this function going to call. Guys, remember function event means what? It's a action. Action is always going to perform by a function only, because you are click your mouse over, you are doing anything, it's a function, it's a calling a method, or it's a you are doing an operation that is going to call a function, right? Now you can see that on a click of the click me, I'm going to call this function. You already know this principle, but what I am doing here, I am creating my own event. One event means you know that button content the click event. That is well and good. But the things is here, what I'm doing to say that on click of this button, I want to check anything and click on button. I want to send this data from this component to out component. To send the data from one component to outside this component, then we have to use the output, right? Output, and I have defined the name is on add. Now the output is the type of event emitter because I am emitting the data. Means, guys, I have this control until and unless if I don't click here, this function is not going to call. You already know that if I don't click a button, then it's not going to call. Means if I click this button, then I will say it's got clicked, right? Means you are broadcasting something or you're saying something that okay, I have clicked. Same thing I am doing here. When I want to say my function is got click, my event is got fire, then only you have to add the emit. Emit is used to emit is used to fire the event. Understand what is fire the event? If you go to the button, if you go to the button, guys, someone is there who return the click event. How they know that click event is there? Means someone is there in the backend, they return that when user go and click on the mouse on the click, that time I have to fire the click event. The firing part is done by the emit event. Emit function is used to fire the event, and once you fire the event, that time you have to this function going to be called. Understand this part? This is the declaration, this is the execution. I have declared, I have created event, but this event not going to fire all the time, right? When you require, that time it's going to fire. That is the fire event, we have to use the emit. Means emit is used to fire the event. Always remember, emit is used to fire the event. That's the reason I'm saying that on add emit. Emit, I have passed the function name. Now whatever value I am passing here, that going to be broadcast. Broadcast means going to send. Whoever is going to receive the data, who is receiver, this is the handler add is going to add it. If I remove this code, guys, then what happen? I fire, but no one is here to handle the event. Same as if I have a button and I am not handling the click event, what will happen, guys? If I click the button also, nothing going to happen, right? Because I am not handling the event. Same as, guys, when you are writing any when writing any event, you have to handle that event. If you don't handle, if it is fire also, no one is here to capture that fire. That's the reason we have to fire, we have to use the emit. To handle this one, we have to use this thing. If you guys look into this closely, these two things, you can see that we are just creating the event inside a component. If you think app to do is a button, just imagine app to do is a button. You know that button contain a click event. You know that button contain a click event. But how the button knows it's contain a click event? Someone is written right inside the button background code. When someone click, that time it's going to fire. Guys, same thing I'm doing. I'm creating my own event that is called on add. You can create any function up to you. It's up to you. Whatever like the event you can define. Just imagine button as a to do app. Instead of a click, I'm using on add. On add, I'm calling the function. Click also I'm calling function. But here I'm not accessing any parameter. But here I'm accessing some parameter. To access a parameter, there is a predefined variable called the event, which is used to access the parameter of the event. Got it? Now this is the way we have to communication between a child to a parent component. This is the one communication. Now Now let's go to the next part. Guys, we have received the value. Where received the value? We have received the value here, right? Because handling or accessing value. That's the reason I'm saying we cannot access direct the value. We cannot access direct the value here. We have to go via medium. The medium is the parent component. Now let me create a variable called again the task name. Okay, task name. The type is string. Default is blank. Now, guys, when I'm receiving the task name, I want to store this value inside this task name equal to task name. Don't confuse the task name. Let me the t name. I define a variable called task name, and this is called a task name. Now, whatever the when it button click on add, we are going to store inside the task name, right? Now, Now, guys, what the next step? Next step is that we have to pass this task name to this component. Then only you will to see the data, right? Now, you see this example, we are receiving the data from this component. Now the things you do, we have to pass the data to this component. Two things you have to understand. Here we have receiving the data. Here we have to send the data. Means receive the data, you are sending the data, we have to receive the data. Now, let's go into here and print the task name. Okay, we're going to print the task name. Let's save it. Now, guys, sorry, missed one thing. Okay, now suppose I will go enter row 3 and click on add. You can able to see that this is displaying here. Okay, this is displaying here. But where is displaying? Displaying inside the to do component, right? This is our suppose task name. Okay, you can see that. Suppose if I go enter 2 to the 4, you can the task name 2 to the 4. Now this data we have to pass this list component. Okay, now how we can pass the data? That is the examples. Now this is the last thing we have learned today, because we'll spend lots more time today. Now only learn how to pass the data to this component. Guys, to send the data from component to outside component, we are using what? We are using the output, right? Output is used to send the data from child to parent. Means you are defining any event, you are defining the output. But when you're going to receive the data, that time you have to use what? You have to use the input. Understand this part, guys. You have to use the input. What is input? Understand. Output when you send the data. Input means we require to transfer the data from this parent to child. Got it? We're going to transfer the data from this parent to child. Then this list is accepting the data. So this add is output the data or send the data. When you are sending the data, we are going to use the output. Okay, we are going to use the output. When you receive the data, I mean data is going to be in, that is called the input the data. Input. I think able to understand this input and output. One is input the data, another one is output the data. Clear? Now let's go understand how to access the data. To access the data, let me understand input is there, right? Input, let me define suppose called task, and it's called string type. Let me define as blank. By default is blank. There is nothing data is there. Means input is used to define the input attribute of the component. Right? Sorry, output of the component. Okay. Now let's go, and what we'll do, we'll print this task into our UI. Go to this because this is a variable, right? We'll go to our HTML file and simply go and list. We have to pass the task. Okay, got it? Now guys, now what we'll do, let's go to the to do component. On click now we have to pass the data. What need to pass? We have to pass this task name. What is the task name? This task name store when we are going to add the button, going to store the task name. Now this task name we are going to pass into this component. Now guys, as I told, if you go round bracket is a event. To send the data, we are using the square bracket. Square bracket means it's a task. Now what task you have? We have a task name. See this one. We're using square bracket as a property. I'll understand. I'll explain this property a little bit more, but understand I have defined a property. What is this task, guys? This task is this input. Got it? And this input I am passing the task name. If I save here now, and if I go to this UI, suppose let me add it called suppose 1 2 3 4. You can add, you can see that it is displaying here also, displaying here also. But if you see this component is belongs to app to do list, right? It's belong to app to do list. Now what will happen if I go and add anything here and I click on add, you can able to see that this data going to be changed. This is called the input. Okay, now guys, understand why this input and output is required. As I told from earlier stage, we are just creating what? We are just creating a HTML, our own component. Means if you know that, guys, if you know the input type, you know input type also contain the type attribute, right? Type attribute stands for the support text. However, imagine what is this called? This is called the attribute. Guys, the same thing we are designing here. In the app to do, we are designing our own custom attribute. To define your own custom attribute, you have to use the input. The same way, if I go to the HTML and I have a button here, right? I have a button here, and you know that button contains the click event. Okay, button on the click event. This click event is same as inside our this add one is called output. Got it? Means the if you compare between a component to a HTML syntax, you will find everything is the same. But in code, to handle the Angular, to handle the button, handle a event, we are using the round bracket. To pass a data, we are using the square bracket. Round bracket is for event, square bracket is for property. Got it? Guys, this is the core concept of a component. Component only contain this event and attribute. If you see anything means, guys, if you see any element, all the element contain only these things, a attribute or a event, nothing else, right? Attribute is there, an event is there. Same thing we are designing inside our application. Now guys, this is for today. But tomorrow class we are going to discuss much more about the validation, like whatever things we are going to discuss that we're going to complete as tomorrow class. Okay. Before wind up, anyone any questions can feel free to ask me.
Do we use
Okay.
reactive forms only?
Yes. That's the reason I'm saying, right? That reactive forms, everything going to continue tomorrow, but tomorrow today will take a little bit more time because the fundamental you have to understand. Once I know that, people are able to understand fundamentals, and tomorrow going to implement the reactive forms to do all the validations, everything. Because
Sir,
whatever I explained, yeah.
can you also tell me, I mean, if we click on that button, so all the data will be repeated, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Means if I click on 1 2 3 add 1 2 3 something, that data should be displayed here as a list, right? That is our original designing. That we are going to
Yes.
do now. Yeah, how we are going to do that. But before that also we have to maintain the state. Where we have to maintain the state, the data is there or not, that 1 2 3 is already added or not. All these things we are going to focus on today. We are going to organize. Because why we explain this thing, guys? Because when you're creating component, you must have to know that this is the basic principle of a component. Then only we're going to organize the data, then only we're going to do all the operations. Okay, because input output we are going to use this input output most of the things inside our application. The data is going to manage only centrally, but all the operation are going to happen in different places. Okay, got it. Okay, let's get started. Like yesterday we have discussed about the component, and we have discussed about how to add the data, and also discuss how to communication between two component, and also discuss about input and output. Okay, now we'll resume our work. Like I'll draw something, let's discuss about the flow, then we'll go and implement that one. Okay. Okay, imagine like we have two in this to do component. Okay, in the to do component we have two sub component, right? One is add component, another one is list component, right? Other one is list component. Now guys, what we'll do now in our case, just a second. In our case, what we'll do, this is the add component, right? And this is the list component, and this one is the to do component. You know that list is going to add the list of item here, right? Now when you click on the add, we should whatever you are going to add here, that data should be pushed here, right? And when in future going to add, update, delete, all this thing going to do, all this thing going to be manipulate. Now let's do the data like centralize our data. Like when you're going to add in this to do one, we are going to create a array. Okay, going to array, and in this array on click of add we are going to enter the data. Okay, we'll push the data. Push means add the data. After adding, pass this array to the list. Once we pass this array to the list, then in this list we are going to loop the list. Yeah, to the list and display the data. Got it? Means on click of add in this to do component, mean parent component, we are going to add the data, whatever the task name we are entering, the data going to enter into this array and pass that array to this component. Then what will happen? In this component, we will go and add all the item here. All the item means, guys, whatever item inside this, we're going to add it. Okay. Now let me see what are the things we can do that. Okay. Now let's go. What this data content, guys, understand. If I will see this data means task data, then you can see that in this task you are seeing that only one data is there, that is called task name, right? Task name is the data whatever going to enter here. Along with this, suppose I want to store the date also. I want to store the date also, because what time you have entered this data. Okay, In this case, guys, how I can store the complex data means if it's a single data means only task name, then I can create a string of array, right? I can create a string of array. Now I have a task name also means task also and date also. Now it's a complex type. For complex type, we need a class or we need an interface which is going to store this date and task name. Means we need an object which object is going to store these two attribute. If it's a only single task name, string array is enough. But now I have to store task name as well as the date. Now I have to create another model, and that model is going to store the task name and the date. Now first go and create that model. Okay. Now guys, first understand what is a model I am saying. You people already know that because you are from different programming background. You know that we are creating the like different the class. Suppose you are retrieving the database data from database. Suppose you are creating a class. Inside a class you're defining all the attribute like all the columns from the database, and you are just on your like whatever ORM you are using, binding the data to your class, right? And this data you are exposed to your API JSON. The same way you are performing all the times. Now same thing we are going to implement here. Now what we'll do, let me create one folder that is called models. Okay, models. Like what the model should be contain? Model should be contain all the classes. Let me create a new file that is called suppose to do dot model dot ts. Guys, to do model.ts, this is I'm just giving a model class. Suppose I want to store the task. That's what I'll do. I'll create a interface. Guys, I'll tell you what is the use of interface. Now I type export interface I to do. Okay. Now I'll write to all the code, then I'll go and explain all these things. Okay. Now what I'll do to do, let me say suppose task is a string type and it's a created on it's a string type. Okay. Suppose it's a date type. Now guys understand, I know that suppose if you are Java or C sharp programming, you know that I know that people already in that background. Then suppose you have a database, suppose you are using any ORM, suppose JDBC connection, or in .NET you are using the edu.NET or this entity framework, whatever you are using, doesn't matter. Suppose when you retrieve the data, then from database you are getting from ORM, then from the ORM like any ORM you are using, then you are creating your poco class, like you are creating suppose class, suppose employee class or details class. Then in this class you are creating all the attribute, right? Suppose name, address, phone number, and then from ORM you are binding the data to this model or whatever class you created, then you respond this back. Okay, same thing I am doing here. What I am doing, instead of class, because you know that class contain what? Class contain member variable and member function. But in Angular, what we are saying that we are using interface for the POCO model. Like what we are doing, suppose you want to store any data as a different object for different key format, then you can use a interface. What is interface? Like you know that you people already know that the use of interface in Angular. To define an interface we have to use the interface keyword. Now just ignore this export. I'm going to explain this export now. Now interface I to do, I can give the to do, and this interface is going to store two attribute. One is a task, another one is created on. Mean task is going to store the task name, created on is going to store the created name, means when this task is got created. Okay. Now what is the use of this export? Because every time we have discussed export import, let me explain this one. Okay. Now guys, now let me go to this to do. Let me go to do one, and I want to define, I want to declare a variable, a array variable which is going to store all the tasks. Suppose um, items. Okay, I'm defining items. The items is what type of items? Because suppose as I told initially, suppose I want to define an array, I'll try type let names equal to square bracket. This is my definition of array in JavaScript. Okay, same way here if I mention string, then I'll tell that this array is a string type, right? A same to same, what I'll do, I'll define a variable. That variable name is items, and the type is I to do. Understand? That type is I to do, and this is a array type. Understand this part? What I'm doing here? This symbol stands for array, means define a blank array. Guys, what is blank array? Means initially I'm saying that my array is a array size is 0. There is no item exists. It's a blank array. Okay. The same way in a program you are defining. Suppose you want to define an array of like this item. Then what will do? You will list the list of I to do. Then you are creating object, right? Then later you go and add this one. Just imagine your list to I to do. Then in dynamical you can go and add the item into the items. Means simply I define a array. The value of the array is blank, and this is the dynamic array, means we can go and add the item here dynamically. Okay, now when I see that, I hope you will understand this part. In this to do, I have defining all the attribute. Now guys, understand this part, why I have written here export and what is the use of this import. Guys, it's a just like a public variable. Like suppose you are defining any different files, and in that files if your class is not public or is not like access modifier is not there, then you cannot use that class in different class, right? The same way in the case of this Angular and any front-end language, suppose you can see that this to do model is a different file. Okay, inside this file we are adding n number of things. We can add n number of things in here, right? The meaning of export means you are saying that I am going to export this file outside this file. Means when you want to give the access of this particular interface outside this file, I mean inside this file you can use without export. Suppose you want to give the access outside the file, then only you have to give the export. Means export is used to give permission to any declaration which will access outside this file. Can you understand this part? Means each, just imagine if I give the export here before any declaration, it may be interface, it may be variable, it may be constant, anything. Then guys, what will happen? Then this interface or whatever I will declare here, that is going to access outside this file. Outside the file means if anywhere I want to use this one, I can able to use. To use something, then I have to use the import. Example, suppose you already know that in Java we are using the import statement to import a library, import a namespace. In .NET we are using the using statement, right? You can see that that is the same as here. In to do, I am saying that I'm exporting. So just guys, if I don't export this one, you'll see that it's throwing an error. It's saying that this is not available. You can see that this is saying that this is not available. Why is saying? Because it's not a module. Not module means what? You are not giving permission that this to do is not going to access outside of this file. Only if you make available outside of this file, then you have to mark as export. Once you export, means you are saying that it's going to be available for all the files. You treat this as a export, or this you treat this as a module. Then once you export, then you want to use inside your file, inside your other file, then you have to use the import whatever the class interface or anything you want to import, and the from which file you want to import. Got it? The use of export and import. Export is enable the declaration to available outside this file, and import is used to uh, import that particular declaration inside your file or inside your whatever the class we are declaring. Okay, then that is the use of import and export. You can know that in Java we are using import suppose including the namespace in .NET, we are using using statement. Same way, suppose if you don't mark this class as, suppose you don't mark this class as suppose public, then we cannot go and access this class outside. You just link in that way inside this import and export, right? Now guys, I have a array. I have an array that is called items array. Now this items is the I to do. Okay, this is a blank array. Now what I'll do, on click of, okay, on click of this, second, on click of this, suppose I'll go, suppose put task one, then click on add. It's going to add the task in this list. This list means in this item. Then we'll pass these items to this list component, and list component is going to display all the list of tasks. Okay, now guys, now here let me remove this all these things, task name. Okay, now in this to do, we are getting the task name. Suppose we are getting here task name. Okay, now this task name we want to push inside the items. Okay, let me remove this part. Okay, now what I'll do, I know that what are the condition. Okay, check duplicate. That will do later. I'll show what is the change on check duplicate. Okay, now second things, add the items. Okay, now how to add the items, then this dot items, guys, this is used to get the current instance of this class. Dot items means I'm going to access these items. I want to push the task name. Then you know Java in list, dynamic list, you know you can add and remove, right? Same way I want to add it. It is a predefined function available. It is called push. Push is used to push the data. Now what type of data you want to push? I want to push the I to do data. I to do type of data. What is I to do content? I to do content task and created on. Now I will get the task name here, but how to get a date time? Then for that reason, what I'll do, guys, I want to insert the object, right? Because I want to insert these two object, task, two property, task and created on. And to insert the object, as I told, to define a object, we have to use the curly bracket. The curly bracket, now I have to insert task name is belongs to task name, and created on is going to belongs to new date. Okay, it belongs to new date. Guys, what I'm doing in JavaScript, to create a date instance, we are getting called the new date. Now it's going to create a date instance, current date instance of the date. Like in C#, you know the date and time dot now. In Java, I'm not specific what is the things, but you can use to get the current date. You are using the new date in JavaScript. To get the new date, like the current date, you'll use the new date. Okay, now every time we're going to push the data, it's going to it's going to add a new item inside the items. Let me go, after adding this item, let me display inside the log, the console.log, then items. Now guys, after this one, let me save it. After this one, if I go and run the application, if I go to inspect, yesterday I told about this console. Now what I'll do, if I click go to add, suppose task name, I click on add, you can see that I'm able to display the items. If I click it here, you can able to see that it's displaying 0 item because we have added one item, task name created on this date. Same way, suppose task name 2, click on add, you can see that I have two item added. One is task and task name have added. Okay, you can see this way, right? Same way, I can add a number of item to this list. It's going to add the dynamic list. Okay, checking duplicate, suppose I suppose I'm going to add task name, add, it should not allow, but as of now let it allow. Later we'll go and check the condition for that. Okay, now in this case you find that we are getting the items, whatever items we are adding here, we are getting the items here, and these items, this whatever item we are adding, that item we should pass to this list component. Okay, we'll pass to this list component, then only inside this list component we will display this item. Okay, now Let's go to the to-do list. In to-do list, we can see here we have a input. That is a, because this is a previous example, due to that we are accepting only task here, but the things will be here like now we require a list of items. Then what will guys do, let me define another input, because you want to access the data. When you pass the data, then you are going to use the input. Suppose I'll tell items, you can give any name, but I'm giving items. The items is I to do. Why I to do? Because you're going to pass this item. Okay, now this is going to store the all the task, store all the task. I hope you able to understand this part of what I'm doing. I'm just defining an attribute that is called item and type is I to do. Okay, now guys, I hope you all got that. Now in this to do component, I have already a items variable, right? Now this items variable I have to pass this I list items, means the items equal to items. This items is belongs to do list, and this item is our variable, means this is our array variable. Now guys, what will happen? Now every time I will add the item, this item is going to display, is going to pass to that time automatically, this object going to be update. Now let's see. Now in this list component, suppose this is my items, right? And these items I want to display inside my UI. If I go to UI in HTML, I can able to see here items. Okay, I'm going to see the items. Let me see. If suppose let me add task one. Okay,